Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your adult pride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear adult pride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, that balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. The introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for Kiko me just relax and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
Check it out. Alrighty. Just relax. Alright now. It is 21:23 Central European Time. That would make it 3:23 Eastern Standard Time USA. 12:23 Pacific Time USA. Right, and that's actually just America. To be honest with you, actually, maybe that's more appropriate because that is facts. That's American time. You know, Central European time is also, you know, African time. You know, to be honest, yeah, and then you could go 1 hour earlier for East Africa, right? But for West Africa, that's Central European time also, right? So, and big up to everybody else in the world, Asia. Right, and the Far East, the Middle East, right? If I'm forgetting anybody, excuse me for that. You know, India. Actually, I had a viewer in here a listener from India. You know, it's pretty cool. You know. Here's the thing: we all, if we want to keep it straight up to respect, then we all understand we're all human beings, and we will actually take interest in that aspect of each other, the human aspect. We don't all have to have the same exact issues all the time, or even the same politics all the time, just like we don't have a lot all the time. We don't have a lot of the same religion. I mean, we don't have a lot of the same backgrounds, cultures, right? And we don't all have the same color, right? We and even beyond that, we all don't come from the same type of town. Some people come from the mountains, you know what I'm saying? Some people come from the valleys. Some people come from coastal regions. These are all different, bring difference, come together and intersect within people, so we all have those differences, and I think we better off when we just easily acknowledge that and communicate that. Maybe not always we don't have to always say those words, but in how we do things, we can show that we have that understanding with us, So, having said that, I'm very appreciative for all the people that tune in to my channel here and actually add, a few words to the conversation, especially when I can tell, they just want to communicate on a human level, especially when I can tell that they come from a background of we all the same, you know what I mean? So I just want to offer my perspective on that. I think it really works out, and also some information. Now, there's been tragedy in Minnesota. Apparently someone has been shot, right? And I think it was an officer too that got shot too, apparently a police officer by ICE, maybe, possibly, I'm not sure, but I'm going to check into that. Then there's actually been some feedback that I want to show you all from a person who was a Navy what is it? Not a Navy SEAL, but had an extensive career in the Navy and also as a cryptologist. Malcolm Nance. He was lately he was interviewed just a couple of days ago. As soon as this Maduro thing happened, I think it was within less than 24 hours when Malcolm Nance, was interviewed, and he has some interesting perspective on the Venezuelan situation, right? And actually, a lot of what he said is not a lot of what he said. His breakdown was excellent because obviously he's in the military and he has a long career working in the military, working for agencies, right? Overseas now, in active duty and things like this now, but the one thing that he got that I definitely got was that shit went way too fast. That Venezuelan situation, that entering Venezuela on the ground in those, and having contact with Venezuelan, quote unquote, military or security or whoever, that went way too easy. Like 20 minutes. I'm sorry. That was the first thing I said, when we were covering this here. Like, damn, that was one of my first observations. Like, damn, how's that possible? How's that possible? 20 minutes in Venezuela? I'm sorry. Yeah. So my first instinct is that somebody from Venezuela had to help. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody close to Maduro had to help. Something didn't go right. Too many people didn't defend Maduro, like straight up. And but here's the thing. Malcolm Nance is going to give excellent breakdown on that. So we're going to review the podcast that he hopped up on, 48 hours ago? Now, and then first of all, we're going to start off with Caroline Levitt because she's going to make some comments on all of this stuff. And, I haven't seen her ass in a while in public, but apparently J.D. Vance hasn't been seen in a while. And people are starting to comment on it. And, but there's no one better than Caroline Levitt to kind of respond to anything because, we get a chance to hear her talk down to us, tell us how stupid we are for even thinking anything like that. If you like an abusive relationship, here it's coming. It's coming here. You know what I mean? So you're going to get to hear Caroline Levitt tell you off and tell you how dumb you are for expecting anything or suspecting anything of anybody, and but in any case, so let me get her up on the podium here so we can see what it does. First of all, she's way too small, so the image. So let me make it a little bigger so we can have fun, so you can get the full Levitt effect, Okay, so let's go. Let's see here. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for being here today. And thank all
Oh,
of you for being here
what,
today.
Dr. Carson from HUD? I ain't seen his ass in a while. Where has he been? This was Trump's HUD secretary. That's the Housing and Development Secretary, his first term, right? So I'm surprised he's here. Everybody from Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland area knows him. That's where he's from or lived, I believe. That's his neck of the woods. But in any case, yeah, that's he's on the set. So so let's get back to Caroline. Let's hear what she got to say. I guess the media has some questions for her.
I know you're all very busy people, and these people have a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium.
That is deep. So which one is it? And you know something? It's interesting. The first thing she said, it has nothing to do with the answer. She, for some reason, she just started off with, I just want to be clear, the first time I've addressed this, right? She's going into explaining already before she just says, which one it is. And I think that's a telltale sign of something else. Like she feels defensive, to be honest. Like it's just a question. She just the reporter just wants to know. But I think for me, that shows defensiveness
In charge
off
of
the bat.
Venezuela, but Delcy
Does anyone?
The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last.
You hear this? It's just like propaganda. Like the world witnessed she goes into, you witnessed the greatest feat of all time, in case you didn't notice that. Now, before I answer your question, I want to tell you it was wonderful. It was spectacular.
Historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation.
Hey, in case you need to know, in case this is important to you, it was historic. This is bullshit. This is just this is horrible. This is not what you're supposed to do. What is she bragging about invading a country? She's bragging about invading a country and taking the leader and just snatching him up. Like, it was historic. It was historic. Like, that's a good thing. That's not a good thing. In terms of international law, that's a bad thing. And everybody is going to say it now. And this will be the first time you will have your allies, a lot of your allies, the allies you don't appreciate, and your adversaries agreeing. That's strange. Although, it is kind of capped when Putin disagrees with invading. You know what I'm saying? But in any case.
Conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military.
The skill and the might. Everything but a goddamn answer. I'm just going to count every second it takes. Let me get my stopwatch up here real quick. Let me see here. Stopwatch. I want to see how long it takes her before she actually just answers the question. Is that here? Oh, I see. Wait a second. I'm going to have to do it from my phone. 2 seconds, y'all. I'm sorry. This is too much for me, though, but I need to know. Let me see here. Right, here we go. Telephone. Come on, clock. Here we go. Stopwatch. Now, let me get that question out.
Let me just be very clear.
The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Go.
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership
20
of
seconds.
this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have
30
pulled
seconds.
off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back.
40 seconds.
With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim
There's
authorities
still
in
no
Venezuela
answer.
right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels
no answer
to
yet.
kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions
Still no answer.
are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there.
Look, that was 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. And what was the fucking question? What was the question? So the question was, which one was it? And she didn't even answer the question.
Runs her country, no one else, saying Venezuela. But Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium.
So she said, so it took her 140 minutes to say she's in control. It's us.
Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot.
Nice banks here at home, United States.
Leverage there. Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United
That have become giant.
in charge of Venezuela? But Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might,
Okay, just
world
come
or
on.
in our Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Okay, so so in other words, she's saying that it's the United States of America that is actually in control of Venezuela. That's what she's saying. Although she didn't want to say all those words, but finally she uses dictating. We're dictating to them. That's what she's actually saying. And that's funny because that took 140 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It took 140 seconds. And listen, this is very important because you will hear a lot of people focus on one element, you know. look, okay, who is this? Jason, right? Jason, for example, it's a good thing actually ask a Venezuelan. So listen, you can ask one or two Venezuelans, or you can ask every single Venezuelan in a poll and see what the numbers come back to quantitatively, right? That obviously has not happened yet. So I have no doubt there's some Venezuelans that like that and some that don't. I have no doubt about it. But how many? You have to be in complete, utter doubt about what's going on. And if you want to know what people think, I would say, in terms of, and you care about their human rights, let's do some comprehensive polling. Let's not only just ask a one-brainer question, are you happy Maduro's gone? And then act like there's nothing else anyone has to deal with that's related to that. So let's qualify the happiness. Let's qualify it with some follow-up questions in a survey, in a poll. You know what I mean? Because, again, that's what you do when you care about people. When you care about a population of people, you care about what that population of people think. And the way that you really show that you care on a serious level, right? You care about, the group in terms of where they're going to go tomorrow on a level of responsibility. That's done with polling. That's done with surveys and polling, right? So I think it's a little trivial, just the one-liner, Maduro, because it's quite obvious that he has there's a whole party behind him, right? And it's also obvious that, there's going to be complications and realities people are going to have to deal with associated with whatever is going on right now. So, I'm just curious about it. There were some Venezuelans who died. How do they feel about it? Should we ask those Venezuelans? We're going to review that because there's some that are at a funeral. They're obviously going to be talking. I got some footage of that. Let's get a well-rounded understanding. Let's want to have a well-rounded understanding before we just dismiss people. You know what I mean? It's not necessary to dismiss anybody's happiness, unhappiness, and what that means, happiness and unhappiness in real terms. Does it mean somebody's eating better? Does it mean someone's eating worse? Does it mean someone's living better? Does it mean someone's living worse? And who are those people? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what I'm getting at when I talk about what I think is good or bad. For me, I'm smart enough to know that Maduro is one person. Anyone that he did something bad to, he didn't just do it by himself and his wife. So removing him and his wife is kind of only symbolic. How far is that going to go in the real world when the nation who does its own president is a 34-time felon, actually associated with a massive, the country's largest child trafficking ring, right? It is, it's hard to just quickly come to a conclusion about what's good. You see what I mean? I mean, for me, I'm still digesting it, to be honest with you. I'm still trying to, so much to think about, But in any case, the key thing here is that it took her 140 minutes to say, we're dictating to them. That was the last thing she said. And it took her 1 minute and 40 seconds to finally answer that one question. So let's go on. Let's see.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there.
Yo, Ann, you absolutely right, Ann. You are absolutely right. Dictate is the right word for that government to you. Yes, indeed. Very precise word. That's exactly what they do. That would be the best word to qualify what this administration is all about. Dictating.
Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely? And what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president.
Damn, this went right into oil. She's asking some good questions, too. We want to know about the oil. All right. Anyway, let's go back a little bit. Let's hear that one more time.
Talk about that leverage there. Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely? And what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both.
I'm sorry, but if you just said you dictate to them, what kind of deal is this then? I, I'm not too sure Caroline Levitt is understanding what she's actually telling people right now. It doesn't make no damn sense. I'm just saying it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. What is going on? They don't even have the language close to being correct. That's the problem. I mean, smooth people that know a little bit more about, foreign affairs, right, and know a little bit more about international law could talk about this without without it being becoming painfully obvious that they don't know what the hell they're doing. It's like saying rob a bank but don't know anything about the law, don't know anything about the penalties, don't know anything about, really how a bank works, but you're going to rob that bank.
Government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan
It don't sound like a deal. It sounds like a dictation.
interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes,
And then what?
that's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States and gauge.
She used the word dictate. The journalist asked the first question, and the first question was who's in control, who's in charge. And Caroline Levitt went on for 1 minute and 40 seconds describing who's in charge, and she ended it with we are dictating to them. So also I think this is really weird because obviously it's a legal question, the terms to be used. They have a big effect on how people are going to perceive these things and how they're going to perceive you in law, your actions, how you describe these things that you're doing yourself. And Caroline Levitt used the word dictating to the government of Venezuela. And now she's saying she made a deal. So which one is it? Are you dictating or have you made a deal? You see what I mean? Is this a free and fair deal? Does this have anything to do with respecting the sovereignty of Venezuela? And I think that's where the silver lining is. That's what the question should be about, but yet she's kind of saying they don't have sovereignty. She's answering that, they don't have sovereignty. We're dictating to them. So actually, in her own speech, she undermines herself. One sentence undermines the other. It's not a deal when you're dictating. It's just not. So right now, the oil is coming out by dictation, essentially, is what I get from it. So
the world's leading commodity marketers.
With a barrel, with a gun pointed at you, with a rocket pointed at you, with a ship outside. Like, you're going to do this or we will rain death upon these hills. That's what I get out of it, like, really. And it's only because of everything that this administration says between Stephen Miller, between Trump, between Hegseth, between Caroline Levitt,
Key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people.
American people? Whoa. Are you going to give us some of that oil money, goddammit? You know what I mean? Like, where is this going directly into our pockets? We're the ones who paid for the fucking invasion with our tax dollars. How is this going to benefit the American people? And every American, I'm sorry, it's great to care about Venezuelans because I do. And I know when I do, I know the context of it. Human rights. They're Americans. They actually cool people, man. Venezuelans are some of the most coolest, beautifulest Americans. Not just Venezuelans. South Americans are very beautiful people. You know, I mean, there's beauty all over America from north to south. You know, and it's great to live on a continent where you can explore different types of beauty, different types of terrain, different types of environments, different types of ecosystems. This thing, right? But you know, it's like you know, for some strange reason, it seems like they don't have much of a respect for it. And yeah, it just seems really foul with it. Let me just bring this back one more second.
Products will first settle and U.S. control the.
You know, the idea that they're going to take our tax dollars, that they use our tax dollars to fund the military. They funded the military. The military is better funded than it was. They got even more money. More taxpayer money this time around. Now, you know, we're funding. So with the U.S. taxpayer dollar, they invade Venezuela because the U.S. military is paid for 100% by taxes. Right? It's not private investors. It's owned by the people, funded by the people through the tax system. That's what we pay taxes for, right? Imagine if one day they just said, you're going to keep paying your taxes, but we ain't going to have no military anymore. That's what they did with the healthcare system. You're going to keep on paying your taxes, but we're going to cut some of y'all off the healthcare. The ones who need it the most, we're going to cut you all off, but you're going to keep paying your taxes. So we know as the taxpayer, middle class, poor, working poor, and others, that we pay for her salary and we paid for this invasion, right? If you want to look at it in dollar terms and not humanitarian terms, not in human terms, right? The human terms is another valid conversation that is serious and definitely worthwhile having. We've had it. We will have it again. But the how the machine works is also worthwhile from the American citizen perspective, because I'm an American citizen and I have to do that. I wouldn't suggest any citizen of any country not consider your perspective from your nationality and what it means, you know, when your government gets involved in things. So I would call that sensible, right? Reasonable. But so we pay for this, but where are we really going, the average taxpayer going to get some money back from this shit? Like, it doesn't sound to me like there's like, it's just, they're so comfortable with saying this and it never gets challenged. It never gets challenged in the open. Like, you know, somebody needs to come up in this place right after she answered that question and say, what do the American people get out of this? Are they going to get a check? I mean, because otherwise, stop saying this is for the fucking American people when you mean it's for billionaire oil tycoons.
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
Okay, so you hear that? Everybody needs to know what that means, the American people, because she said it herself. She's described this, the whole process. I mean, not the whole process, but the initial steps, you know, about how they're going to get their hands on the money. And it shows you they're projecting this. It's like, money. We already know what banks we're going to get this money into. But let me ask y'all this, and especially Jason Roberts, but everybody else, chime in on this. Would you rather have your money go to, let's say, Jason says he'd rather have his money go to the military than a fake daycare system. Okay, but listen, let me ask you something, Jason. Would you rather have your money go to a fake daycare system than for example, healthcare for your family? What if that's the choice? What would you rather have? Because listen, if your military is just out there taking shit for billionaires, then it is fake. Okay? Let's be real about it. That's not what the United States military is supposed to be doing. The United States military is only supposed to be used to protect the American citizens, all of us equally, our lives. It's all about us. We are what is most important in this equation, not billionaires. You see what I mean? So what is the military doing to protect all of us is what they're supposed to be out there doing. And oil, it's not that simple. Oh, we got oil. We're defending the American people. No, that's not how it works. There's rules. There's regulations. You have to report at some point, even if you don't want to, right? So, in my mind, it's fake. It's just as fake. If you want to say the daycares are fake, in my mind, this operation is fake. If you want to say it's for the American people, I'm saying it's fake. You don't have a problem with billions of dollars. You got a problem with a million something dollars, multiple $1 million of fake baby daycare centers. Okay, I got you. Well, do you have a problem with billions of dollars of fake fraud ass using our military this way? Do you have a problem with that? Or are you a bitch? You see? I mean, straight up. Do you have a problem with that? You see? I mean, because look, you've never seen no oil money ever in the history of your life as an American citizen come from oil and be distributed into your goddamn pocket. Like, I'm talking about on the state level. People have to buy stocks and bonds. You shouldn't have to buy it when you already paid for it in taxes. This military action is a socialized military action. This action was paid for in blood, sweat, and tears and dollars. Every second a person goes to work, it was paid for by those people. Now, they shouldn't have to buy stock to get any of that money back if it's about oil. If you're going to be selling that oil, they should get that money directly back to them. It should be the companies giving them a check, okay? Because the companies use the U.S. people's labor force to pay for a military to retrieve some goods that they can sell on the private market. Okay. So, there it is. The taxpayers paid for it, and if you don't know that, you don't know anything about the U.S. government and how it's structured or the military, just straight up, and I feel sorry for you if you don't. You see what I mean? You could get into the complex theories that you read on QAnon. No, bitch, get into the Constitution. Okay? Read it about the military. Ask, who funds the military? Then you will get your answer. Okay? And you can't tell those people that paid for the military salaries that they got to buy some stock after they have bought the stock. They paid the taxes, goddammit. That is the stock. Now get some shit that makes us fucking safe and make us more safer with our stock, with our tax dollars, Otherwise, it's a crime. If you ask me, it's bullshit. Look, if the oil barons want to find more oil in the world, fuck them. Let them go out there and get their own military army, pay for their army privately, and go take it from somebody. Stop using the American people to do your fucking crimes. Like, straight up. Straight up. That's all I'm saying. Be real about it. If you want to commit crime, go for it. Hey, man. Go take it. Go take some oil, bitch. But at least be man enough to do it on your own dime. Stop saying it's for the American people when it's not for the American people. Just stop lying. And American people need to just stop allowing lies just to be repeated. What you did was not for the American people. You could say you did it for Venezuelans all you want, but where I have to, I don't think you did, by the way, but where I have to draw the line as an American citizen is what you lying about why you did it, your motivations.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from
there's
the oil
a-
industry and the banking industry. Do
That's
you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary, who's heading up this big
Divide and
project,
conquer.
is in Florida.
Oh, somebody wrote, "You're boring." Okay, if I'm so boring, why you here? God damn, like, this is incredible, man. You got stalkers like, we don't like you, we just stalking you. You so boring, I came to listen to you.
Today, meeting with some of these oil
What the
executives.
fuck, man?
And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
there, real quick on
Go
Iran.
ahead. Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
Oh, they goddamn lying. Whoever said Venezuelans are dancing in the street, man, you man, do you watch any goddamn news, AP3? Venezuelans aren't dancing. Maybe you talking about maybe in America, maybe in the U.S., Venezuelans might be some Venezuelans might be dancing in the street, but all diaspora Venezuelans are not dancing in the street. But in Venezuela, nobody is dancing in the street about this. Nobody's dancing in the street about it. Not the opposition, not the not the Maduro's party either, right? So yeah, so.
I won't get ahead of the plans that the
And again, Venezuelans have every right to dance in the street, but I'm not a Venezuelan. I'm an American citizen, and I'm talking about how my military is used. That's really what it comes down to. Don't take any offense to that. I would think you would want to know how your military is being used. Wouldn't you want to know how that? Wouldn't you be a little more concerned? Wouldn't you be concerned about it, or would you just be like, fuck it, Americans are dancing in the street, so I love it too? It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. I know some Americans that's dancing in the street. Some MAGAs that want to kill some of you all Venezuelans are dancing in the street. The same MAGAs that wanted to throw your ass in a Honduras goddamn prison, okay, they're dancing in the streets. You better believe it, okay? And they're dancing in the streets not at the fact that they just got Maduro. They dancing in the street about everything because they don't give a fuck about Venezuelans. Like, they don't. They don't care. If you think the people that went to Venezuela care about any Venezuelan life whatsoever, you are a goddamn fool. You still don't get what you're seeing. You need to wake up, or you're going to find yourself like one of the people that was from Venezuela capping for Trump before their grandma got thrown on a fucking airplane and thrown in a Honduras prison. Okay? You know how many Latino people cap for Trump all of a sudden to find out that, no, he's talking about me. I got to go to the fucking death camp. Don't do it again. You got a chance to wake up. You got a chance to wake up. Like, wake up right now. They're not doing it for you. Try again. They are not doing it for you. A liberal is telling you one more time, they are not going to care about you. You are in death's reach. You are in harm's way. A liberal is telling you, okay? You didn't listen to the liberal before. Now that you had a chance to taste some blood, I'm to remind you again.
president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about. But rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure...
Yo, Sassy, the MAGAs ain't part of nobody. They down here in the gutter with everybody else. And the Venezuelans, they cap for Trump. Man, are you guys listening to what the fuck these people say about you? Are you even listening? Apparently not. I don't think they really... maybe it's a language barrier. Maybe it's the Spanish and the English thing. These people hate you. This regime admin hates you, and the people that back them up, voted for them, hate you specifically as a group of people. Don't you get it? Don't you fucking get it by now? Don't you fucking get it? They started off kicking you out of the country. Man, come on, man. Okay. Listen, Mike Lopez says it's all for white. Continue speaking truth. I mean, I don't know. Me myself, I'm not too sure it is all about white. I think it's about white supremacy. I don't think it's about white people. I think it's about white supremacists in the United States of America. I think it's about white supremacists. White supremacists do like this kind of behavior. White people, are they doing it for white people? White supremacists always like to talk like they're doing it for white people, but it never turns out better. You see what I mean? Like, really? So I wonder, and is this do all white people want this? I don't think white people want this in general. I think the minority of, maybe there's some supremacists that always like stuff like this. They like burning crosses. They like celebrating death of people that they think are not white. But my whole thing is like, let's not turn this into an issue that's about white, because who was Maduro? I don't know what Maduro describes himself as, but listen, a lot of Spanish people are descendants of Europeans. A lot of, some of them are mixed with natives. Some of them are mixed with Africans, right? So I don't want to just do this thing there, because it might miss some areas, Mike. But I hear what you're saying. But, I think it's better to just say they might be doing this for white supremacy, but white people, all for the white, nah, I don't give them that kind of credit. I don't think they're smart enough to do what's right for, if you want to say, white people. And check this out. Everybody should go take a DNA test. I mean, what is white people? What is black people? What is it? What does it really mean? What are you really doing? You know what I mean? Like, what are you really doing? And I think ultimately what's going on here is greed masking itself as some kind of identity, which has always been insanity, when you mask it this way, so they can think they're doing this for white people. I just think they're doing it for insanity, purposes, just greed and insanity. It's always looked like this in the world. You wrap something in an ethnicity to be able to kill other people, to justify stealing their resources. But the ethnic part, the story behind it, who you are, has always been a superficial story. It's just concocted to mobilize people. It's just propaganda. So for them, what works with these MAGA people is this concept of being white. That's what works for them. That's what mobilizes them. White fear, white, white injusticeness. You know what I mean? Look, we should all be concerned about injustice. We should all be concerned about discrimination. We should all be concerned about fairness, and we should all back each other up with those ideals and fairness, and protecting everybody from discrimination, and from being treated unfair, right? But as long as we're not with the idea that everybody deserves to get backed up with these ideas of being treated fair a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I think that's where the problem comes in. So what we're hearing is like these people that just, it's like reading a Frantz Fanon book for me, bro. I mean, not to spend too much time on this, but, Frantz Fanon, his direct target was, which he was writing about, were the colonized mind of African people, right? That was his. But if you just take that, right, and just superimpose that over the identity of Europeans that migrated to places like America, that's not Europe. That's America now. So you have an identity now. You have an identity shift, and you have a new identity. You have people trying to recreate themselves, and they're recreating themselves with any pieces that are around. So they have a lot of different pieces that they're using, and they're formulating those pieces different than Europeans formulated them, And I think we're seeing that right now, because then it comes out as being something so blatant and plain white. You know what I mean? Like a new identity, white, But if you ask these people something about their heritage, maybe many of them don't even know. If you ask them, have you ever taken a DNA test? Maybe many of them don't really know. Maybe they would be surprised. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. And then there's other aspects to it, like Venezuela. What is white in Venezuela? You know, are there white people? Are there black people? Are there natives? And how do they identify themselves within that scope of white, black, or whatever? So that's why I was just saying that, you know. But I hear your point, man. I hear your point. Let's go on. Let's see.
Or that their workers will be safe in Venezuela. Could there be troops involved?
Yeah, Sassy. I mean, look, I'm just saying it. Know thyself. It's better to know thyself. It's better to know thyself, because a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to live up to something that isn't factually whole about themselves. You see what I mean? And that is a destructive force in anybody's life. You see what I mean? Like trying to live out a Frankenstein existence, essentially, if you want to get deep about it. You know what I mean? I mean, who put you together? Who put your identity together? Is your identity based on real things that are factual, things that are necessary, things that are whole, or is it part manufactured? You see what I mean? And I think when we get into the manufactured part, we begin to maybe turn in on ourselves a little bit and confuse ourselves, you know, but let's go on. You know,
At this point in time, as
we can have another conversation, I think, about how race or racial identity, I would even say just identity, plays into this, because there's bound to be some different aspects to identity here, not race. And we know race is like a funny term these days, right? What does that mean when you don't take a DNA test, right? You know, so, but I think we can have another conversation about that on another day. But right now, look, I mean, Caroline Levitt is looking like a hot mess. She's a damn fool. You know, she's capping. And at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter what color she is when she's doing the cap. She's doing the cap. We could recognize the cap in many flavors. All people cap. People be out here capping, yo, in all different flavors, shapes, and sizes. And, you know, some go for the skin color thing, you know, conversation. Others go for the ethnicity thing. Others go for the religious thing of identity to wrap themselves in when they cap. Some's go, you know what I'm saying? Some go for the classist thing. Oh, you know, I'm rich and la, la, la. And you're not, you're poor, so I can't hang around you. I believe the philosophy is, you know, pull your bootstraps up. And if you didn't do that all by yourself, then, hey, we mustn't be not from the same gene pool. People got all kinds of crazy shit to mask their greed with. You see what I mean? So, yeah, but let's go on.
No, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option, as you saw. He tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interest of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
Meeting tomorrow.
Workers from our oil. So this is about jobs, y'all. This is about American jobs. This is about American jobs. This is about American jobs, y'all. It's so funny how she uses these talking points to try to justify what they're doing. She literally said American workers. Man, what the fuck? You just killed somebody's grandmother, a civilian, and they talk about jobs and shit.
Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interest of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
Meeting tomorrow. With
Yeah, she had her brother's baby's mom deported, or tried to, something like that, right? She had her definitely detained for months. That shit was crazy.
that meeting tomorrow.
I think she's out now. She got released, but they didn't like having to release her, you know?
What is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
I mean, they're just letting the whole scam out in the open. It's an immense opportunity that's in front of the oil companies right now. Like, is that not shameful? Is that not shameful? And listen, anybody from Venezuela listening, anybody from Venezuela in the chat, I just want to know your opinion. If you are, let me know if you in the chat, when you come in the chat, if there's anybody from Venezuela. I just want to ask a question. You know, don't get me wrong, I know it's hard. Maybe in the diaspora, if you're not on the ground in the country, it's hard to know, but it's a simple question. And my question is, Are you happy with this? Are you happy with what she's talking about? You know, that's what I want to know. She said she's dictating. Now she's talking about American jobs. Are you happy about this? Do you like how this sounds? I mean, that would be my question, but all right, let's go on. I'm trying to hear what other scandalous things came out of this, but so I'm going to let it play a
Caroline,
little.
and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline
Yep.
asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
What do you think about that? Do you think she's lying, or do you think she's telling the truth? Did you guys hear that? Yeah, I'm not taking nobody's word for what Venezuelans think, because I can always ask Venezuelans. You know, that's why I asked. I know the difference between asking somebody that's not Venezuelan and asking someone else. Now, you know, don't get me wrong. Again, I said this in the beginning. When you care about people, when you really do care about people, you actually want the work done to find out. So there's ways of doing that. There's polls, there's surveys. That's when you care about what a group of people think, you know. It has to involve some quantitative aspect to it for you know, it to really be understood or comfortable, at least the quantitative. You know, you're always going to get the qualitative. The qualitative is easy. You might know one or two Venezuelans, or you might have saw a video clip on a night where they were celebrating. That's fantastic. That's qualitative. But quantitative, how much that really is, how much of that is really the perspective of the overall group of people, any side, whether it's on Maduro's side or the opposition side, quantitative, it's got to be, you know, something that requires a little work. People can put out polling. I haven't seen any polling on it, to be honest with you, and I think that's a strong indication that something's not right, you know, because, again, this thing is moving forward rapidly. Right now, it would be the perfect time to have Venezuelans' voices propped up. And I don't mean qualitatively only. I mean qualitative with definite quantitative aspects. A survey, polling of the diaspora. Like, don't take these people for granted. You know what I mean? And because if it happened to you, you wouldn't want people out there saying, yeah, they happy. These people, they happy with that. Don't you notice how that always happens? When an injustice happens, you know, somebody else comes along and say, I know one, she seemed real happy, you know, and then they show you the token person, or they show you one group, you know, a little bit, and then you just, oh, well, then you find out later all kinds of fucked up shit was going on. You see what I mean? Like, this is a serious matter. There's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars being spent on this. Surveying the people in the diaspora, surveying people within the continent should definitely be a priority. That should be priority number one. If you want to talk about knowing what they think, if they're happy, if they're sad, if you want to get into any of that, if you want to get into just being just, this is what you do in these times. You go out there, you say, obviously, the Maduro regime probably can't be trusted to do all the surveying, so you allow NGOs in. That would be a question for Trump to say, can we allow NGOs in to talk to people? Bingo. Can you do that? Can you, you know, and also consider the fact that it may not just be safe for anybody to, you know, to be known by the government to talk to others, you know, but I think there's other things you do. It's just that Trump doesn't seem to want to go down that alley. He wants to get the oil and get out of there, quick. You don't care if Maduro's regime is still there in power. He want the money. And what's going on with the people it doesn't seem like he really cares, to be honest. Although of course, they have to say they care. It's good for the Venezuelan people, but they don't show you the action about the Venezuelan people. They don't show you how they back it up.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked. And this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. And the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order in the crew. So that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law. And they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
AP3, what's up with you, man? I mean, you said you wouldn't care. Let's be honest. I don't know what you're actually. If you're talking about me, no, you're absolutely wrong, my friend. And why are you here in a place where you don't think somebody cares? Like, I actually do care. And not only do I just care about Venezuelans, I care about people in general. That's something most people know me for. And you don't know me. So why would you just assume that? I think you kind of projecting. There are people in the world that do care, my friend. And maybe your experience has been that nobody ever cared and nobody ever cared about you. But people care, bro. And if you want to make the world a better place, you have to engage it and you got to care about other people. That's one of the key factors. You have to care about others too. Even if you don't agree with them, a sign of intelligence is still caring, even if you don't totally understand or totally agree. You know what I mean? So I know that there's people that care about me. I know there's people that care about my ethnic group. It may not be everybody. I know there's people that care about, a lot of different aspects to caring. I know there's people that care about me as a person from different backgrounds. You see what I mean? I know that for a fact. And I also care about other people. So my question would be, do you care about anyone? AP3. And why do you care about other people, AP3? Or why do you not care about other people, AP3? That would be my thought, my question to ask you, because you seem so certain that that somebody else doesn't care, man. I mean, don't throw that possibility away. Always reach out when there's somebody that spends a little bit of time being willing to have a conversation with you, being willing to invite you, to be open to you, to communicate with you, to go through some details, pull up some references that you might even suggest. That means somebody cares. I mean, that would be a sign of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so if you have some sort of useful information that you would like us to go look up right now regarding this matter, although I've already pulled up some references, you haven't seen them yet. So I would just say this, AP3, give me the same chance you would want to be given before you judge me. That's what I would say. That's all I ask for. I don't ask for anything else. I can do the rest myself. Okay. So let's listen to a little more of Caroline Levitt, because then we can get to the next points on this. It's almost done. It's almost done.
Thank you. You too.
I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know, there's some 8 million Venezuelans here, some of them celebrating in the streets.
There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
Excellent
I think
question.
the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people
She just
and
slipped
also
up.
Venezuelan Americans.
Look, she just slipped up. She said regime, but the regime is not what's being removed. It's not the regime. And, again, I think she's just going to do this long, 1 minute speech and then say, just try to make it seem like just the fact that we took out Maduro means that we care about the people. No, that doesn't mean we cared enough to think about what happens on the day after. And that is where the caring is, you know what I mean? Also, a lot of caring, because it's going to take many, 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 many days, many months, and a serious commitment to do good, to make good come out of this on the ground for Venezuelan people. That's not something that you just snap your fingers and get it. That's going to take a real concerted effort and massive amounts of focus and attention and dollars, but also coordination. And usually that happens with people that like each other. You know what I mean? Like, not people that are treating each other badly, not being adversarial, And so far, this thing about dictating, that doesn't really bring the best out of people, I would think, cooperation. But in any case, let's hear some more.
The bipartisan
Be secure throughout this, actually help people in the streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about...
Man, they talk shit about these people for the last 8 months non-stop. They talked about Venezuelans in America raping, Venezuelans that fled this actual regime. This administration chased them down in the streets non-stop every day, constantly calling them rapists, gang members. And every time someone said, but all Venezuelans aren't like that, they were like, let's go over the data. Let's go over the fucking data. There's rapists, goddammit. I mean, Venezuelans were like one of the main scapegoat groups. And now she's like talking about it like that never happened.
Assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America.
Illegals are the people that fled. Don't you understand that, Arthur Williams? You didn't want to give them asylum, so they became illegals in your mind. They were given day after, they were given an extension under Biden, and you called that illegal. That's what y'all did. That's exactly what happened. You call people that were escaping this goddamn regime, you called them illegals, and they were escaping for humanitarian reasons, and you called them fucking illegals, and you chased them down and you demean them constantly every day over the media, over the White House podium. You demean them specifically as a group by calling them rapists, just like you're doing Somalis right now. Don't forget, it's going to turn out the same way. You're demeaning people based on their ethnicity. You're discriminating. You're discriminating. You're being a xenophobe. You're being a xenophobe. That's what you're doing. And you have an amnesia really, really fast because you're doing it right now with Somalis and you don't even recognize it. It hasn't even been a year and you done totally forgot it. It's just totally dismissed from your mind and shit. You know, like that shit is totally crazy. That shit, you need to go check a doctor, like straight up. Arthur, you need to check a doctor. You need to check a doc. No, I'm talking about just one specific thing. You all demeaned Venezuelans who escaped this regime. You demeaned them. You hit them with nothing but what? Hatred, unjust hatred. You know, that's exactly what you did. You lied about them. And when the media confronted you on your words, Caroline Leavitt and this administration on their words, why are you demeaning all Venezuelans? They didn't even stop for a second to even clear up the matter and say that, hey, by the way, there's loads of Venezuelans that came here escaping the Maduro regime, and many of them don't actually have their residence permits yet. They're applying for residency. They're applying for a temporary status. They're applying and they're trying to go to court, and you motherfuckers went to court to hunt them down. You guys went to court to meet them when they go into court to try to get the paperwork. You know, you demeaned Venezuelans and you just totally forgot. This is crazy. This regime spent 8 months demeaning Venezuelans. 8 months calling them rapists. That's exactly what he said. He said Maduro sent his rapist here. That's what he said. That's what Trump kept saying. They're sending their rapists. You didn't once say they're sending people fleeing the regime. Now, all of a sudden, it's good Venezuelans fleeing the regime now that you got their oil. Yo, you all need to go to a goddamn insane asylum. Like, check your bigotry at the door. God damn, that's disgusting. You should be ashamed to treat anybody the way you're treating them. Anybody, no matter what their background is, no matter what their color is. And I'm gonna tell you, these American bigots, they are bigoted towards Europeans too, and they're the same. They're like their mamas and daddies and shit. These Americans, they come from Europe, migrated from Europe, and got the nerve to hate Europeans, yo. That's how xenophobic they are. That is how xenophobic they actually are, yo. And it's all coming to light, you know. This shit.
Including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just...
Listen, do me a favor, click the like button, yo. I'm telling you, I don't think there's too many commentators telling you what I'm telling you. And it is facts. You might not like it, James Bell, but you got to eat it. You got to accept it because it's my channel. I have freedom of speech. It is my perspective. You're over here getting it all. My perspective. Yes. Thank you very much. Can I get a cash app now, everybody? Come on, celebrate this. Let's get show them that they're going to have to eat this type of shit every day until they are out of power. Like, let's celebrate this shit, right? You got caught trying to bamboozle people. It ain't going to happen over here, okay?
Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time. But it is...
You've been busted, okay?
It's also...
And you need to go to jail also. God damn.
Something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for.
Lou, I appreciate
Senator
that.
Chris
Lou,
Van Hollen,
legit.
same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies.
This is so defensive. Listen to her tone. She ain't smooth at all, man. She gets shook. She just goes right into defensive measures and shit. And she got to bring up Biden. Remember, Biden did this also. This is what Biden said. Oh, well, I thought you didn't like nothing Biden did, God damn it. Like, what the fuck? Every day, this wouldn't have happened if Biden didn't do something else. If Biden didn't do it, this wouldn't have happened. And now all of a sudden they quoting Biden. Biden, he was right. He also said it's okay. How come you don't believe us? How come you don't think we okay now? Biden did it. It's like these people just flip flop all the goddamn time. It's really spectacular to see it. It's good to get it on video. I mean, look, this is what it is today. In the age of technology, everything that you say on video, everything that especially on video now, and that goes for everybody. Video is a motherfucker right now. You know what I'm saying? You could not be a podcaster. You could not work for the government and get caught on video today, with all these cell phones and everything. It's fucking hard to do anything and not have a paper trail or a video trail or something. But this, when you sign up for the government and you go out there and you cap, the whole world is watching on video. I mean, your hypocrisy will go down for a lifetime. Like, they have to live with this shit they saying, and it's total cap.
Don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of.
Yeah, I got you, Purple Groovy. I appreciate that too. No worries. I appreciate that.
Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kaylin.
Look at that. And she even smiles because she knows she don't even believe she used the word hypocrisy. Look, she can't even keep that smile from out, but she's like, and it's a hypocrisy. Sometimes I think she knows how much of a hypocrite she is, but she even used the word hypocrite and is being a hypocrite. That is fucking amazing. Like, what the fuck? Look at this shit. This is crazy. She can't even keep a smile off of her face. She knows she is lying. She knows what she said makes zero. Look at this. Look, hold on. Somebody is getting scared. Slow. Okay, I'm gonna have to save your life right now because I don't want you to get scared. So bye. We have to remove you from the violent place, so you're safe now, Flo. See you later, Flo. Flo 8 Flerio. Are you safe now? Bye-bye. Don't know nothing about you. Hope I never meet you again. Don't come here to my house again. Stay out. I wouldn't want you to get scared for your life. Bye-bye.
The United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Look at that. She about to smile. So the hypocrisy is really astounding because guess what? Because Biden did it. So we think it's a good thing now because Biden did it. And then she says it's a hypocrisy that you don't believe her. You know what I mean? This is crazy. They have to actually hide under the cover of Biden. Something Biden did, they agree with. You know what I mean?
We know Maduro.
And then they're calling somebody else a hypocrite.
Had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work.
Look, she doesn't understand nuance. All Americans wanted the troops removed from Afghanistan. But nobody told Trump to go meet with the goddamn Taliban and turn and totally commit treason against the government that we fought for years to set up. See, that's the problem. That was the problem. See, it's not that everyone, Democrats and Republicans and liberals, didn't want the troops home. The problem is how you went about it. That's what we don't agree with. Why would you go to the Taliban to make a deal with the Taliban when they were the exact people we were fighting against? Why would a person do that? Why? You see, and it's the same thing here. She's talking about Biden. Look, it's not about the principle of I mean, some people will say it is. You shouldn't talk about removing the president at all. But I'm talking about most Americans. It's not about just that principle, that one thing. It's also about how you do it. how you do it. What are your real goals? Now, notice she could say that she agrees. Biden said this. Biden said we got to move towards removing him. He's an oppressive leader. Venezuelans want him removed. This kind of thing, and you could agree with that. Plenty of people agree with that. Plenty of Venezuelans agree with that, obviously, right? Because they've stated that time and time again. Right now, they even state it. But that has nothing to do with your plan. That has nothing to do with the day after, what your goals are. That's where the disagreement may lie. How you go about it and what your goals are, not just removing him. It may not be that, narrow. You know what I'm saying? It may not be that, myopic of a action that we're talking about here. One, they're talking about the myopics. We removed him, therefore we agree. Everything else turned out fine. No, you removed him, and it's fair for people to have more questions about what's going to happen now. What are you doing? Who's in charge? What is this? How are you going to handle it? Who have you talked to? Who's helping you? La la la, la la la, la la la. That's normal. That everyone has the right to do that. So she sounds like she's offended just because people have normal, legitimate questions. That's how she was
ratchet
responding.
up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kaylin.
You say that? Look, she's smiling. The hypocrisy.
Sorry.
She's smiling more. This is the hypocrisy.
Yes.
She can't even stop.
The
Yeah,
administration
girl.
is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
It reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Okay, there's reports that Trump said the Venezuelan administration right now, or regime, has to cut ties with Russia, China, right? That's the question.
That Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba.
Iran and Cuba.
Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
If I could just ask, there have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
I know that past presidents and past leaders have often ruled things out. They've often been very open about ruling things in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela? We got to lift some sanctions.
Okay, so she said that she hasn't heard Trump actually reject that claim. Let me see this.
Legality of has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp as part of the kingdom?
Under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're
So
welcome
you
to
see,
ask him yourself.
she hasn't heard him question it personally that Greenland actually belongs to Denmark. At this moment, I don't want to use the word belong because obviously that's not what the word that they use. It actually belongs to the Greenlandic people, but they have an agreement with Denmark about security. That's what's happening right now. So I think overall Greenland is self-governing. It's just the security apparatus and a few other small, I don't know how that works, some small details that have something to do with the Danish government, but security is one of the main ones, you see. And security is not just weapons or defense. Security is also maybe food security, things like this, different kinds of stuff that help different aspects of life to make sure that everybody is secure there, But again, there's another conversation to be had about if you want to know more about Denmark's relationship with Greenland. It's a long relationship. I don't know if you saw, how many of you saw the previous stream we just did. We went in deep on that, and actually, or not too deep, but a little deep. And the reality is that Denmark has had 1,000 years. It's 1,000 years old. The Danish kingdom is 1,000 years old, and they went to Greenland in 9 AD. You see what I mean? That's before even 1,000 AD. That's 1,000 years ago when the Danish kingdom set foot on Greenland. So this is not a Christian. Colonization dynamic here. This was the Vikings. They were pagans, right? Just like natives were pagans, essentially, if you want to use that term, right? Polytheist or whatever, right? So this is United States. This is not American Western colonization history that we're talking about. So, but also, if you watch the previous stream, you will see the Danish representative came out and talked about a lot of that history and actually said it's really shocking that the United States could even want something from a place and demand things from people without even knowing the history of their relationship. Hey, from Sweden, there you go, Frederick. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in. How's Sweden these days? Yeah. Good question. I mean, Sweden and Denmark. And by the way, just to let you know, I love Sweden. I'm down here in Copenhagen, but I love Sweden. I've been to Sweden many times. It's a beautiful country, and I wish the Swedes the best. You know what I mean? Yeah. But just to say that. But something, and I also understand some Swedish pretty well. When Swedes are speaking it. I don't know how many Swedes really understand Danish, but every Swede that I hear, they say it's difficult for them to understand. But I think understanding Danish helps you understand Swedish. I don't know why it doesn't work backwards, but in any case, it's worth knowing that history. Don't just go by what Trump is telling you. Don't be confused, but he has a way of confusing people and making people not even want to take interest in anything intellectual, right? You shouldn't be woke. If you know the history, if you know the real connection between Greenland and Denmark and the people of Greenland and Denmark, that's too woke for them. You shouldn't have to go. Why do you need to know the history? Don't be woke. Just act like it means nothing and make it up as you go along. That's pretty much how the MAGA people do it. You know, they don't want to take interest in anyone else before they judge them. That's really what it is to be prejudiced, to be honest. And if I was a Greenlander, I would be like very insistent. Americans don't treat Native Americans, our Inuit population, too well at all. Like, just straight up, we don't treat Native Americans well at all in their own country. Why would you want us to have dominion over you? Why would you even trust us, really, you know, as far as your own future? Like, straight up, I understand the deal about the weapons and all of that. Maybe you don't have much of a choice all the time over defense. But listen, there's a lot of Americans that show you every day that they have no respect for you as a people because they didn't even care to even talk about your relationship with them in an honest way. I'm talking about the good and the bad from the beginning to now, the 1,000 years. That wasn't even a part of the news cycle. That wasn't even a part of their conversation. Trump's conversation, Caroline Levitt's conversation, Stephen Miller's conversation. Can you imagine just dealing with people and having zero respect for anything about them and then expecting something from them? That's what's going on right now, you know, and I've never seen that work before. You know, I think it's a really troubling way to go about diplomacy. And I just don't think it works. You know, it kills people. It destroys people. People get hurt that way, but it doesn't seem like good things come out of it when you go about it that way, you know, but
Next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions.
Yo, we saved Denmark in 1945. The host has a way of confusing himself. No, I don't. Who would you want over your security, Denmark or the U.S.? We saved Denmark less than 200 years ago. It could have been ours then. Listen, you know, you sound very aggressive, and you sound also very ignorant. Listen, you're ignorant of your own country. When you say we, the United States, you're actually ignorant of your own country. Okay. And you're speaking like you're ignorant of your own country, you know, and you're speaking like you think that you became a country all by yourself, you know. Now, just in your own development as a nation, the United States of America, you know, do you know that there were people that helped us? Do you know that? So what if France goes all the way back and says, hey, motherfucker, we the ones that helped you, you stupid bitch. Don't you fucking remember, Eric, you jackass? What if the king of France, what if the president, the prime minister of France just said that to you? It would be true, you jackass. So shut the hell up. Do you know how fucking pathetic that sounds? Do you know how pathetic that sounds? By your own reasoning, you make no fucking sense because you don't even respect Sarkozy. You don't even respect Nate. Just shut the hell up. Do you even realize you live in a country where you don't treat Native Americans well? Just shut the fuck up. That's the first sign that you should just shut the hell up. Okay? Like straight up, man. What the fuck? What the hell is going on here? And even if we did help Denmark, that doesn't mean we have to hold it over their fucking head every day like we're some sort of, like this is an abusive relationship. God damn, what the fuck is wrong with you? People help each other. Do you think Denmark has not helped the United States of America, you stupid fuck? Denmark has backed up the United States in every foreign endeavor that they've ever had since this period. Denmark, in backing up the United States, going into Afghanistan and going into Iraq because our bitch ass president said we had to do it. Denmark lost by percentage more soldiers than the U.S. By percentage, Danes put their life on the line, man. Straight up. Straight up. So you don't think that's a good thing? You don't acknowledge that? You didn't know that happened, Eric? You didn't? Secondly, it's very goddamn simple. And let's remind every American of this, every dumbass American. Look, I'm American too, Eric's the other kind of American. He's a stupid bitch American. Okay? Let's just make it real obvious for people. Stupid bitch Eric needs to grow up before he get his ass checked, you know, and stop not having appreciation for other people on earth, you stupid motherfucker. Because we all live here together. We don't live here alone. Even your dumb bitch ass got help from somebody. Okay? But at least you should know how people help you back, you stupid fuck. Okay? Now, you see this? You see this? If Russia wants to come and send a nuclear submarine over here anywhere on the East Coast, right? They can go right through all this waterway, all this Northern Territory waterway. This is Russia up here, and they can go all the way through this waterway. They can come all the way here. Do you want to? And they can tell everybody, hey y'all, we're going to go blow the United States up. We're going to blow them up. You know what I'm saying? And do you like them? Are you going to stop us? And if they wanted to stop Russia, they would control these waterways together with you. If they wanted to help you not get your ass blown the fuck up by a old ass Russian sub, they would help you patrol these waters. They wouldn't say, you got to do it yourself because Russia's not trying to hurt us. Russia hates you. You see what I mean? You know, so you can't patrol all this shit by yourself. You just can't. Secondly, when it comes to Denmark, even more closely. Here, this is St. Petersburg. They have access to the Baltic Sea. Right here, St. Petersburg. They can send out submarines and try, and they have to send their submarines past every NATO ally because of, you see that? And because of World War II, you stupid bitch, Eric, because of World War II, because these are good people, because they acknowledge our contribution, right? They actually make sure, they try their best to make sure that they are a deterrent against any Russian submarine leaving here to go over to think they can blow up the United States of America, right? They do that voluntarily. They don't, you see what I mean? And you being the dumbass, you're about to fuck all that up because you're stupid. You're about to fuck all that up by being a jackass, by holding it over their head so grossly, in a gross ass way, in a gross way. You see, in a gross way, Eric. See, that's what you're doing, Eric. You're not actually helping the problem. You're putting yourself more at risk. You're hurting the people that you have a working relationship with. You're attacking them verbally this way, Eric. Eric, just shut the fuck up. Take a time out. I ain't got no time for this, man. You can think about it for 24 hours, bro. Like, fuck all of that. Nobody have time for this stupidity. You know, you could go to a map. You need to let what I just told you sink in. Come back later once you've given it some thought. Here's what you need to look at. Take a look at the goddamn map. Okay? Take a look at that map again. Okay? Zoom out and take a look at this map. See how these submarines come all the way through this big ass way between Europe and Greenland? So you see how it's not only about Greenland? You see how you got a lot of places to protect, a lot of way for submarines to get here to the United States to come and blow your bitch ass up? Okay? Think about that the next time you just start spitting off about, we saved them. Yeah, but you jackass, you don't start every fucking conversation with that. Do you know how rude that? Don't you just know how dumb that is? Don't you know how dumb that is? How cheesy, how cheap that is? That is cheap to do that. You know, and if anybody has these people rethinking their relationship with the United States of America, it's people like you that have them doing that. And let me tell you, you can't save yourself. You can't. The United States of America cannot save itself by itself from China or an onslaught of China and Russia. You cannot save yourself. You will need help. So start acting like it. Start acting like it. Start acting like you realize that. Okay? come with a tone to people that lets them know, haha, you got some brains. You understand what's really going on. We could work with this guy. But right now, you coming off like a person that is part of the problem, bro. Like flat out. You coming off like a person part of the problem, man. And that's not a good look. But in any case, let's go back to this now. Caroline, she's almost finished capping. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you all don't mind. Click the like button for me. Also, the people listening. I know a lot of people like to listen and while they driving or whatever. But do me a favor, click the like button for me too if you get a chance. I appreciate that.
Able the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets. Yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically suppressing public expression of support for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see? How the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let.
Look! Here you go. Hold on. Here's another aggressive American that actually doesn't respect their allies. Look at this. We have submarines in the water 24/7, dipshit. I work with a bunch of retired Navy sub sailors. There's a sub always protecting the waterways. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so that means nobody in NATO should help you with those waterways. That means you could do it by yourself? Is that what you're saying? So do it by yourself then. Why don't you get out of NATO? Why don't you leave NATO then? What do you have a need for NATO then? You know, that doesn't make sense, you dipshit. Okay, tabs 22. That doesn't make sense. You either need NATO, it either is doing something for you, or it isn't. So why are you in NATO since you got it all sewed up? Let's look at the map again. There you go. There you go. You can defend yourself all over here. Yeah, that's right. Defend yourself all over here from China. You can do that. Let me see here. Let me pull that up. Boom. You can defend yourself. Sure, you're right. You defend yourself all by yourself. You have all the submarines on Earth and you don't need help from nobody else. You can just defend yourself over here from China. No problem. You just defend yourself all the way over here from Russia, all these waterways. Everybody else, just let the subs through. As long as they say they're on their way to the U.S., just say let them through because people like this don't respect you. People like this, tabs 22, does not respect you. He doesn't respect your contributions. Okay? That's just what it is. Now he's like, we are NATO. Okay, well, if you're NATO, why do you need NATO? Why do you need NATO? Can you do it by yourself? Okay, tabs 20. Can the United... let's just ask everybody else. Can the United States do it all by themselves with no allies? Can they defend themselves from Russia and China at the same time? Can the United States do that? Put a 1 in the chat if they can do that and they don't need anybody else. Put a 2 in the chat if that just sounds stupid and dumb. Let's just hear it out. I mean, I think it sounds stupid and dumb, but if you're up for it, I say go do it. Go do it. Immediately go do it. You know, stop trying to be around people you don't like and you don't respect. Stop trying to work with people you don't respect and you don't have any need for. Just stop it, man. You know, because, see, if you really believed what you were saying, you wouldn't be in NATO in the first place. Why don't you leave NATO? What do you need NATO for if you can do it by yourself? I mean, it's just that simple. You can't. No one gets to have it both ways. No one gets to have it both ways, not even me. Why should you? Why do you have to have it both ways? Tone 22? Why do you have to have it both ways, Tone 22? Why does the U.S. have to have it both ways? If you don't need people in NATO, if you don't get anything that you need from NATO, why are you in NATO? Tabs 22. If you don't need NATO, why are you in NATO? Why are you in NATO if you don't need it? You into saving the whole world? Is that what it is? Why are you in NATO? It doesn't matter if you know a bunch of retired Navy vets. So what, motherfucker? Goddamn, a whole bunch of people know. You think I don't know anybody in the military? Who gives a fuck? It's not about you knowing a few retired vets. God damn it. You don't care about what retired people say. If a retired person disagree with you, you wouldn't even give them the time of day anyway. So this is not about the people you know. This is about your opinion. Okay? So answer the question, because you can do that all by yourself. You don't need no retired vets to answer this question for you. I want you to answer as an individual, tabs 22. If the United States of America does not need NATO, why are you in it? If you don't need the UN, why are you in it? No answer. No answer at all. Okay, that doesn't sound like you can do it all by yourself.
I know
That's
they
all
are
I'm saying.
well aware and tracking. Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you reference personnel, but potentially facing prosecution? That's one thing I'd like to
Yes.
follow on. And then
On the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime
hold
should
on.
release all political
Geopolitical leverage for what? You don't need it. You don't need anybody else. So what do you need the leverage for? You don't need anyone else. Leverage for what? For them to do something for you? Is that what you need? You need them to do something for you? What do you need the leverage for? You fool. I mean, listen, in any case, I'm about to do one little thing right here because I can see some folks, not only do they not appreciate their allies, and not only do they not even know what their allies do for them, some Americans don't know what their allies do for them at all. Like, straight up, I'm telling you, it's facts. They can't even recite one thing that they do, right? But what I'm going to do, to help out people a little bit, let's see here. Boom. Let's go here because I need to get something out of this also, right? So let me just make sure at the bare minimum, I'm getting one thing out of this I can use from these clowns, right? You can't even answer a question talking about is to have leverage over them. Okay, leverage for what? What do you need? Nothing. Just disappear. Nothing. Ain't got nothing to say about it no more. Nothing. Okay, now the chat is in subscriber mode, so at least I can get a subscriber out of some of these chumps. You know what I mean? That would be nice. Now let's get back to the program here. Let me see here. Let's get back to what's happening. Here we go.
Prisoners and return detained Americans.
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the
And
president, so I will let
return
him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella 1. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president had said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature
you know what, Johnny?
and too early to dictate a time.
John, exactly, John. I mean, and see, that just shows you that these MAGA fringe are very narrow-minded, not too bright, not too knowledgeable people. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to. You said it. Besides that, currently, the USA is short 29 million tons of steel and needs to buy it from allies. You know, I just want to let you know, John, no matter where you're from and other people listening from other NATO nations, as an American myself, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, but as an American myself, I want to thank you for understanding that the majority of Americans are not this ignorant. 1/3 of people, 1/3 of the voting population voted for Donald Trump. 2/3 did not. Okay. 1/3 didn't vote at all. 1/3 voted against him, but he was able to secure the presidency with 1/3 of the voting population. So just keep in mind, only, these type of people at best are 1/3 of the voting population for sure, scientifically. You see, yeah. So I mean, just to split the facts, right now, it's just like this in any relationship. No one needs to be in an abusive relationship, but you can see. Don't feel sorry for yourselves as NATO allies. Don't feel sorry for yourselves in your situation. You're doing very good for yourselves, and you take care of your people, like straight up. When you compare to what the United States does with its people, you all should be very proud, like straight up. Now, I just have to tell you, as an American citizen, like, I don't get down the way you saw those people talk. Like, that's not how my brain works. I don't think any intelligent human being, I don't think it's a matter of being American. I think it's just a matter of being intelligent human beings, being people that want to know the earth that they live on, that want to know the things that their life are comprised of. You see what I mean? They want to know. And if you are living in the Western world and you don't know nothing about the Western world, what you get is a MAGA person, basically, because they don't know much about their own country, how it started, what it is to be an American, anything about the history, nothing about the geopolitical politics, just nothing. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying the situation has been perfect, but I'm saying at least try to know about some of the things. Just try to know some of the things, but they don't. They literally think they can do it all by themselves. That is their policy. Their policy is they don't want to buy nothing that's not American. They want to make it all for themselves, but they haven't figured out who's going to go pick the fruit and the vegetables. They haven't figured that part out for themselves yet. They haven't figured out that they need other shit from other people to help them enhance their production. Like, they just haven't figured out the relationship with other people and how the world is built upon relationships with other people. They haven't figured it out.
Timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest.
All right, hold on. I just want to stop that and insert this part again. A Danish politician was on CNN. And I also played this clip in the last stream, but I want to play it again because I know everybody didn't see everyone didn't see the last stream, right? But it's an interesting stream, and I would suggest people go see it, right? But in any case, I'm going to play it to you right here so you can get a gist of what the Danish politician said, because he gives a little background on the history of Denmark and he breaks down a lot of these fallacies that Trump and them just keep reasserting over and over and over. He breaks down how what they're doing doesn't actually make sense, y'all. Like, whatever it is they're up to, it's not what they're saying they're up to. Whatever they say their problem is, it's not that problem at all. Let's listen to it.
Denmark, Rasmus Jarlow is a member of the Danish Parliament, joining us live from Copenhagen. Now let's start with the White House Deputy Chief of...
Oops, did it stop?
Staff's comments there. What is your response to Stephen Miller when he openly questions Denmark's territorial claim over Greenland?
will try to say this as politely as I can, but it is quite shocking that a person who's in charge of this completely illegitimate land claim on Greenland knows so little about the history and the background of why Greenland belongs to Denmark. The United States themselves have signed at least 3 treaties where they recognize Greenland as part of Denmark. They did it in 1917 when we sold the US Virgin Islands to the United States. Part of that treaty was that they should recognize Greenland as part of Denmark. It has been approved in New York in the UN Plenary Assembly by the entire world that Greenland is integrated into Denmark. And the history goes all the way back to Viking times, when the Vikings settled in Greenland in 982, and since 1380, so for 646 years, Greenland has belonged to Denmark, uninterrupted and undisputed the entire time. So this may be one of the most well-established ownerships of territory in the world. It is not disputed by anyone. It has never been disputed by the United States themselves, and they really should know these things before almost starting a war with an allied country.
So what is likely the response with Stephen Miller here today? This administration doesn't seem to care, sir.
No, he doesn't care. He goes on TV to talk about how Greenland has 30,000 people. They have 57,000, so he's also off on the facts about Greenland. They don't seem to care about the facts and the reality in Greenland, which is also that the United States has exclusive and full military access to Greenland already. So this talk about needing Greenland for security is complete nonsense. The United States can put as many troops in Greenland as they want. They have chosen to only have 150 troops currently, downscaling from 15,000 troops in the 50s and 60s. And that also shows that it's not true when they're talking about the need for a large military presence in Greenland. They talk about that the United States are the only ones that can protect Greenland, but the fact is that they're the only ones threatening Greenland. Neither China nor Russia are threatening Greenland. They don't have any intention of taking Greenland. The only ones that have that intention is the United States. And this is a very sad situation to be in for Greenland.
So what... I guess this begs the question, what happens next, right? European leaders reacting today with that joint statement, reaffirming what many have said already, that only Greenland, and you are echoing this, only Greenland and Denmark will determine Greenland's future. Do you think the European statement is strong enough?
No.
And will Trump get the message?
I don't think it's strong enough. I'm afraid the Americans are not going to stop. We don't know if they're going to attack Greenland militarily or not. We will defend it. In that case, we would be at war. We would be fighting each other, which is completely absurd. And it's very hard to disagree with our Prime Minister's analysis, even though I'm in opposition to her. But you cannot disagree that if the United States attacks a NATO country, there is no alliance. We have an alliance with the Americans and with other NATO countries to have our territories protected from others taking it. And if you start taking territory from your allies, that's not compatible with being allies. That's the actions of enemies, not of allies. So it would be the end of the Western alliance. Nobody's going to want to be in an alliance with someone that tries to take territory from allies. But I don't think it's the most likely scenario. I think the more likely scenario is that the United States is going to make an economic offer to the Greenlanders, trying to bribe them into becoming part of the United States, which is equally unacceptable. I mean, imagine China going to Hawaii, trying to bribe the people there to leave the United States to become part of China. Greenland is not a colony. It's an integrated part of Denmark. It is no more a colony of Denmark than Alaska or Hawaii is a colony of the United States.
One other reason Greenland is back in the headlines is not just because, of course, we've heard both Stephen Miller and...
Yeah, so there you have it. And, my thoughts are, trolling doesn't do the same thing as just being a person that really wants to know about the relationship between Denmark and Greenland, and as you heard, the Danish politician said that, Greenland is not even a colony of Denmark anymore. So it's just not knowing anything about what it is you're discussing. It's actually making, it's making me question, like, what is the real reason behind this? And again, I've said this before. I don't think it's what the U.S. is saying. I don't think it's the minerals. I think it's something to do with Russia. Like, it's a way to split up NATO. And I think that's what Putin wanted. And I think that's what this is. All this that's going on, I think, is a reflection of what Putin has on Trump. Like, very simple. Trump has been very, very kind to Putin. Kinder than he's been to anyone else at all. Kinder to Putin than he is to his opposition party of fellow Americans in the United States. Kinder to Putin than he's been to his own allies, the U.S.'s allies. I mean, it's so, to me, it's more about that. It's not about even if the U.S. can take it successfully. I don't think it's even that. I think it's just something twisted to split up NATO, and that's the goal overall. There's minerals in a lot of different places. Not only that, if Trump wanted to do things halfway right, he could get there's lithium mining. There's mining, very essential minerals mining in Venezuela too, but they don't seem like they're serious enough to really make any of that happen in Venezuela, if you ask me. I mean, when you juxtapose these two different scenarios, Greenland, they sound like goddamn fools. And then it doesn't help their position on Venezuela, because they sound equally kind of not prepared in Venezuela to really get anything really done. You see what I mean? It just sounds really weird. But in any case, we heard enough of Caroline Leavitt. Now, let's get to the next thing. Let's get to this dynamic with Venezuela. And by the way, the thing is still going on with Greenland, but you heard the Danish politician, right? Parliamentary member, right? He said that they will defend it. Make no mistake about it. I mean, and you also heard him say that the U.S. only has 100 troops in Greenland, and they downsized from 1,500 to 100. They have all the access to Greenland they want to bring military stuff up there to defend the United States of America, and yet they don't do it. So they have less troops, I think, than even Denmark have up there right now. So I don't really know what's going on, but in any case, on to Venezuela. We heard some comments in the chat, and everybody wants to say, the Venezuelans are doing well. And I'm sure in the diaspora, maybe some of them they're very happy. But okay, now that Maduro is gone, are you happy about day 2? What's happening now? Let's know how the Venezuelans are doing with what's happening now in the diaspora. Do they like how Caroline Leavitt is talking? Do they like how Trump is talking? Do they like how they're doing business with the Maduro regime, the Chivas? Is that what it is? Chavez's regime, right? Now, let's go over to the Venezuelans in Venezuela, right? There was a grandmother that was killed. I believe this is the family. Civilians were killed in this invasion. Civilians were killed. People that had nothing to do with the military, right? So let's just take a look at that and see what that looks like.
Así que Roselena recibió esa bendición. Y a pesar de esta tragedia, ¿verdad? Nosotros estamos confiados que lo que ella creyó, eso se cumplirá un momento dado. Los cuerpos resucitarán, unos para vida eterna y otros para condenación eterna. ¿De cuál lado está usted? Roselena, una persona sana, una persona que nunca se había enfermado. Inclusive pues en esta edad avanzada de ella, de 78 años. Todavía caminaba, se expresaba claramente, pero le tocó este momento que nos señala a cada uno de nosotros, que algún día también nos va a tocar. Esa sangre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo procede.
The Trump administration saying the use of the U.S. military to acquire Greenland is, quote, always an option.
Okay, daggone, did that flip off? I'm sorry, did that change? Hold on, let me go back to this one more time. I'm sorry. This is what we're seeing right here is it says the family of 80-year-old Venezuelan woman Rosa Elena Gonzalez, who died Saturday after the U.S. carried out a military operation in Venezuela, gathered on Monday. Okay, now let me see here. Is there any other information? Yeah, so this is the 80-year-old woman that died. And this is her family. And let me see. I want to try to see the text, the actual translation. Let me get that up. Let me see if they have one here. I saw a smaller one on the screen, but I want to see if they have another one real quick and then play it back. Let's see here. Okay, so it's Spanish auto generated. Okay, so let me just see this one more time, y'all. Excuse me, I'm going to read it off for you. What's being said. If you can't see it, don't worry. I will play it back again. Okay, when that happened, boom, it took me down here. Okay, he's describing his place. You can't see that, so hold on. Let me just see if I can center that a little bit more for people. Okay, so let me just play. When that happened, boom, it took me down.
Así que Roselena recibió esa bendición.
Okay, Rosa Elena received God's blessing, and despite this tragedy,
de esta tragedia,
we are confident that she believed in what she believed in will be fulfilled.
¿verdad? Nosotros estamos confiados que lo que ella creyó, eso se cumplirá un momento dado. Los cuerpos resucitarán.
The bodies will resurrect. Okay, wow. The bodies will resurrect, once for eternal life, others for eternal condemnation.
Eterna y otros para condenación eterna.
Which side are you on?
Está usted. Roselena, una persona.
Rosa Elena was a healthy person, someone who never got sick.
Sana. Una persona que nunca se había enfermado.
Even at her advanced age, she still walked and expressed clearly.
Inclusive, pues en esta edad avanzada de ella, de 78 años, todavía caminaba, se expresaba claramente, pero le tocó.
But she had to go through this, and this indicates that one day it will also be our turn.
Este momento que nos señala a cada uno de nosotros, que algún día también nos va a tocar. Esa sangre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is, again, I'm sure I already know how the dynamic of being a human being on earth, and how people are not good at confronting what the words of those they harm, right? And I'm not saying that just for one. I'm just saying a lot of people, just in general. That's not something that typically goes on, and but listening to that, I respect it. You know, I don't know what the politics of the mother of the 80-year-old woman was, but I respect the statement that was made, you know, and it really shows you the absurdity also, because we're listening to, you know, Trump went out and bombed apparently Nigeria and is out to save Christians from Muslims. And then he just went and bombed some Christians, you know, and a 80-year-old Christian lady, basically, you know, and now we have to listen to her husband say Jesus Christ as he's burying her, you know, and yeah. It's just another absurdity to me of it. But, you know, I'm sure there were others that died. And there, of course, other people will pivot from that and say, well, you know, so what? There's people being hurt every day under the regime and not, you know, but that's not the point. The point is this one person that got hurt on this day, and that we pay attention to what happened right here, too, and not to dismiss anything else and not to dismiss this either, you know. Yeah, but that was hard for me to listen to be honest. It was a little much, but let me see now. So off of that, now we know what's going on in Venezuela. Now we talked about what's going on with Greenland, and we kind of, you know, people got a good look at what Danes are saying. We got a good look at the map. We got a good look at what MAGA people are saying, how they think they can do it all by themselves, and, you know, don't need to be, don't live in a give and take world with anybody else. It's just take, and they can do it all by themselves. I mean, that's what I got out of it, which is insane. We know where that's going. That only goes into bad. That what happens is the economy starts getting hurt. People get into recession because of attitudes like that. Now, if that's what people in the U.S. want to go through, then keep propping these types up that spread that kind of shit, you know. But in any case, ICE has been to Minnesota, and yeah, it doesn't. Oh, whoa. Before I flip that, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. There was one important thing that I never got to about Venezuela. Thank God. And here it is. This Malcolm Nance has a theory, and I brought this theory up also just days ago. And that was, when this happened, how could this happen so fast without inside help? So I want you to hear what Malcolm Nance's theory is on that. And yeah, and if you don't know him, he's a Navy veteran. And I think he's had a long career, like 40 years, maybe 35 years, a cryptologist, you know, so he works in the sharing of information, right? Surveillance, spying, all of this kind of shit, right? Yeah, on the ground. He was also on the ground in Ukraine, too, for a while, right? Working with the Foreign Legion there in Ukraine. So, but he's been around. He worked in Iraq, I believe, also on the ground. So, but in any case, let's take a listen to this, and then we go to Minnesota.
So, has a lot of facets that I have an enormous amount of questions in. Why was it so easy? Because it was very easy. And how do you get Maduro
This is,
in
by the way, this is Times Radio we're listening to.
bed when the country is being hit by over 100 2,000-pound bombs? We use that bomb, the graphite bomb, which goes into the electrical substations, blows up over them, and shorts out the entire substation. What's missing from this is, where was the armed forces of Venezuela's military forces? If there was the art of the deal being carried out here, it was carried out over the last 4 months with the assistance of the CIA and other governments, where the government of Venezuela had him already controlled and packaged and turned over. And all they had to do was go in and neutralize the final group for show and walk him out.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? I mean, and this is similar. His is a little, his breakdown is definitely more informative than mine. But the one thing I did get was, like, it sounds like something's not right, because how could they get in there 20 minutes and leave with the damn president? You know, how can you just do that? You know, and so I thought there was helpers from the inside, obviously. But let's hear his full explanation.
Because 28 minutes in and out from Trinidad is a little fast.
Is a little fast. Exactly. So let me just skip through here a little bit.
Sykes. Today we are joined by Malcolm Nance, intelligence and foreign policy analyst and a former cryptologist in the US Navy. Malcolm, welcome back.
Good to see you.
It's great to have you back on with us, Malcolm. You've really been keeping us abreast of what's going on in Venezuela at the moment, and we at Times Radio and our audience are, of course, very grateful for that. Well, Nicolas Maduro is currently on his way to a New York courtroom, it seems. We'll discuss where that leaves Venezuela and who is actually pulling the strings there now. But first of all, I wanted to look back at that raid on Caracas as more details have emerged today, which our audience can also read about in the Times. Let's break this down. We know this started with a stealth reconnaissance drone guiding in this massive fleet of aircraft. What was that made up of, and what do they seem to have actually done? Because we've seen a lot of bangs and crashes over the weekend.
Well, let's step back because it probably wasn't just that stealth drone, right? That's just one. The RQ-170 drone is a high altitude surveillance drone, but it's still an aerial platform, right? Aerial platforms can get bounced around by turbulence and crash, right? So we would never rely just on that. But going all the way back, this started in August when the war on drugs was forming, but it really was part of an intelligence finding presidential memorandum, which was signed in July, which sent CIA and other, military assets into the region. So this is a very, very long lead. The only question was, what were all those forces going to do when they arrived? And as we saw, they started sinking drug boats, which technically were extra legal, murders because there was no.
So what he's saying is that the real plan started back when they first brought the ships. Like they had the plan the entire time to go in and remove Maduro, But of course, they don't telegraph that to people, so they don't say that. They just show up and start executing the first step of the plan, although they have a series of steps that should play out, right, that they already agreed on. That's essentially what he's saying right now. Let it play some more.
There's no justification to sink someone in a small craft without any legal finding or even knowing what they have in there. So that created a lot of consternation. But Trump is executing, let's go to the 100,000 meter look, right? Trump is executing a policy that he has very clearly discussed with Vladimir Putin and is part of a Putinist doctrine that was developed by a man named Alexander Dugin. The neo-Eurasianist theory in which Europe would fall under the influence and control of Russia, the United States would take control of the Western Hemisphere, a la the Monroe Doctrine of the 1840s, which led up to the Mexican-American War, and China would be given, full run of the house of Africa, parts of the Indian subcontinent, and Asia, and
So you can hear. He's saying this is a deal with Putin to give up Maduro. And listen, again, I also said this from day one. Of course, I'm not an expert like Nance is, Malcolm Nance is. You see what I mean? He's a cryptologist. He's worked in the Navy SEALs, right? In the Navy. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. He was in the Foreign Legion in Ukraine also. I mean, these are just some things, reasons why you might want to take what he's saying seriously, but they're not the only things, I'm giving you the short bio. Go look up Malcolm Nance and get his full bio, and you will get his full record. If you want to know what he's saying or debate what he's saying, look him up and see who's saying it first. Now, I did actually say this sounds like this guy, like Trump has this deal with Putin. You see what I mean? And I was saying this also. This thing about Greenland sounds more about Putin, if you ask me. Like, these are core things, trade for trade. I take Venezuela, I take Greenland, but Greenland is a topic that helps Putin anyway, regardless if Trump takes it or if he just makes NATO spread their interests out. You see what I mean? Have to do more work because Putin is mad that he couldn't take all of Ukraine, essentially, right? So, but also this has something to do with the Epstein files because it's very likely that Putin has his own information on Trump because when Trump was doing Miss Universe and all of that, that was in Russia. You see what I mean? So when he's talking about going in with these little girls and seeing all that, he's talking about Russia when he's talking about I can see the naked bodies and all that. He's talking about his time in Russia and some of that, I believe, right? So in any case, this is how these things seem to be formed. And notice how the Epstein files aren't coming out. Notice how Trump gave the red carpet to Putin in Alaska. You see that? Notice how Trump, when asked, Trump said, they asked him, have you talked, did Maduro come up in the conversation with Putin? He had a conversation right before he invaded Venezuela. They asked Trump that on record. And Trump said, no, Maduro's name didn't come up. But why wouldn't Maduro's name come up? That means your comment, the other comments that they made publicly were bullshit comments. Like they made these comments like, it's a red line. Don't do this. How dare you? Don't go in there to Venezuela. You would cross a red line. You would do all of this. Actually, it could be that Russia, made a deal with Trump, and like straight up, seriously. And why is that regime still in power? Did you ever think of that one? You see, does that have something to do with Russia too? Like, does Russia prefer that regime? Is that, that's very strange that you don't give it to the opposition. You see what I'm saying? Like, so in any case, I'm going to pull this back a little bit. What's up, Bits? I'm going to pull this back a little bit. You just getting in here. Somebody else said they came late too. Who else said that? I missed I saw the comment. I just didn't say anything, but I appreciate everybody coming into the stream too. But let's rewind what he said a little bit and I'm going to let it play further.
Drug boats, which technically were extra legal, murders because there's no justification to sink someone in a small craft without any legal finding or even knowing what they have in there. So that created a lot of consternation. But Trump is executing. Let's go to the 100,000 meter look, right? Trump is executing a policy that he has very clearly discussed with Vladimir Putin and is part of a Putinist doctrine that was developed by a man named Alexander Dugin. The neo-Eurasianist theory in which Europe would fall under the influence and control of Russia, the United States would take control of the Western Hemisphere, a la the Monroe Doctrine of the 1840s, which led up to the Mexican-American War, and China would be given, full run of the house of Africa, parts of the Indian subcontinent, and Asia. And that has actually now happened. Okay? Everyone thought that's fanciful. The Atlantic Alliance set in 1941, which has been going right up until the day we attacked Venezuela.
Yeah, thank you, Bits. 3-strike rule using logical fallacies in the chat, 0 tolerance for bigotry. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for letting people know because, we can't have those logical fallacies up in here,
Has been about the maintenance of those ties between Europe and the United States and a rules-based world order. Before I can talk about bombs, helicopters, and gun, helicopter rides, bombs, guns, and helicopter rides, as we call it, you need to understand what the politics of this is. So Trump has clearly adopted, with Vladimir Putin's acquiescence or agreement, this philosophy. By the way, it was developed by a guy named Alexander Dugin, and Dugin's immediate ideological successor in the United States is Steve Bannon, who was Trump's closest advisor for 10 years, who thoroughly believes in this dividing the world up into 3 poles.
I hope people are listening. To this. Click the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but definitely hit the like button, hit the bell so you get the notifications too. But listen to this. I mean, Malcolm Nance is giving a serious breakdown on this. And listen, again, some people have a tendency to automatically debate before they research anything that a person has just told them, right? But my advice is don't believe Malcolm Nance. Research what he's saying. Find out if what he is saying makes any sense. Go into it and just see if it makes any sense. Research his bio. Ask, does he sound like he would know what the hell he's talking about? What kind of background does he have when he's talking about these things? And, just don't instinctively say no, before you thought about it, is what I'm saying.
In the United States and a rules-based world order. Before I can talk about bombs, helicopters, and helicopter rides, bombs, guns, and helicopter rides, as we call it, you need to understand what the politics of this is. So Trump has clearly adopted, with Vladimir Putin's acquiescence or agreement, this philosophy. By the way, it was developed by a guy named Alexander Dugin, and Dugin's immediate ideological successor in the United States is Steve Bannon, who was Trump's closest advisor for 10 years, who thoroughly believes in this dividing the world up into three poles, a tripolar world. It is now in effect. So Trump has decided his first major act would be to come down to Venezuela, force the ending of the Maduro regime, re-seize oil field assets that were developed in conjunction with the previous governments of Colombia, which are not.
So listen, just to give you a breakdown on who Alexander Dugin is, which Malcolm Nance just mentioned, is who did he say he was? Steve Bannon's. Yeah, he. This is where Steve Bannon gets a lot of his ideas from, right? Dugin is a Russian political philosopher, ultra-nationalist ideologue, and public figure known for his far-right views and his development of Eurasianism, an ideology that promotes Russia as the core of the vast Eurasian empire, opposing Western liberalism, right? So anybody can look his name up, go to the wiki page, but you can research him in a lot of places, right? Obviously, you should. And if you've never done that, do it. Spend some time doing that now, and use different sources too, right? Count the sources. Figure out how many of the sources agree with what the theory or narrative versus the other. Do all of that. Who is he? Full name: Alexander Dugin, born 1962 in Moscow. He's a philosopher, political scientist, sociologist, translator, and public activist. Dugin leads International Eurasian Movement and is the director of Ivan Ilin Higher School of Politics at Russian State University for the Humanities. Okay, so he said he was Steve Bannon's. This is where Steve Bannon gets a lot of his ideas from. But I think right now the most important thing about this guy is that, here, let me see here. Where is it at again? Is that he, right? He's the ultra-nationalist ideologue and public figure known for his far-right views and his developments of neo-Eurasianism and ideology. What is Eurasianism? What is that? An ideology that promotes Russia as the core of a vast Eurasian empire, opposing Western liberalism. So that's very important to understand. Like, this is this is who Steve Bannon is listening to, right? This is who Steve Bannon listened to and gets some of his ideas from.
It is now in effect. So Trump has decided his first major. Dugin's, by the way, it was developed by a guy named Alexander Dugin, and Dugin's immediate ideological successor in the United States is Steve Bannon, who was Trump's closest advisor for 10 years, who thoroughly believes in this dividing the world up into three poles, a tripolar world. It is now in effect. So Trump has decided his first major act would be to come down to Venezuela, force the ending of the Maduro regime, re-seize oil field assets that were developed in conjunction with the previous governments of Colombia, which are not actually the property of the United States, right? They're done in joint partnerships, and essentially gain control of the oil reserves of Venezuela, which is 25 billion barrels of oil. It's not this fanciful 300 billion people are talking about. That's the real objective here. Nothing else. It is about oil and Trump announcing the launch of his new Don Roe doctrine, right? Which he tweeted out, and his Secretary of Defense tweeted out a picture of Donald Trump with a long tie with a big stick, reminiscent of the old Monroe Doctrine cartoon, with 1 foot on South America and 1 foot on Canada. So, interestingly, he intends, as he said in his press conference yesterday, to use American power to do what he wants. And he, by removing Maduro, right, is now saying he can dictate to the current government of Venezuela what they will do, or he will kill or kidnap them. He had literally said that.
Now, listen, it's important to understand that this Eurasianism, right, this philosophy by Alexander Dugin, right, the guy that Steve Bannon gets a lot of his ideas from, right, it's important to understand that part of that Eurasianism thing, that Russia is the is the main adversary or lead, against the Western powers. What is included in this, somehow it links up with the Monroe Doctrine. Look, in a limited, ironic way, Dugin's philosophy does include the idea that America should rule America. This is Dugin's own philosophy. You see what I'm saying? And this is something Steve Bannon studied. He got from him. You see what I mean? And Malcolm Nance earlier, just in this little clip, says that and as many suspected, because I suspected it too, that Trump spoke with Putin. I didn't suspect it. Trump even said it, that Trump spoke with Putin before this attack, right? And Trump was asked, the only thing, that's different that I said is Trump was asked, did Maduro's name come up, right? Trump was asked that by reporters, and Trump said no. And that lets you know right there, that's odd as hell. Why would he not be talking to him about Maduro? Why would Maduro's name not come up? Because Russia's been talking about don't do this to the U.S. the whole time. So you mean to tell me the meeting before you invade, you actually get time with Putin and he doesn't even bring up Maduro's name? That doesn't sound right. So it's obvious he talked about Maduro with Putin. That's why Trump said no, because he's trying to deflect. He doesn't want you to put two and two together that, okay, if I talked with him, then he must also know something about my plans, right? So what he says is, no, I didn't talk to him about Maduro at all. No plans, no nothing. Putin don't have nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? That's Trump for you. That is Trump for you straight up. So in any case, part of this guy, Alexander Dugin's idea is that the U.S. control America. You see what I mean? And that Russia basically is what's controlling Europe. That's their idea, And yeah, but in any case, let me let it play.
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president. So I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned,
I'm sorry. That was wrong. Sorry about that. Let's go.
So now that brings us to the bombs, guns, and helicopter rides, right? The mission itself has a lot of facets that I have an enormous amount of questions in. And anyone who's been in an intelligence or government foreign policy would need to ask, why was it so easy? Because it was very easy. And when I say easy, I mean in the sense...
There have been a lot of questions about...
Yeah, Sassy Mo. It is true. He did say that public, but listen, you know what? Part of using the media is part of, your plan to distract. You see what I mean? So again, Malcolm Nance is going to say that if you want, if you want to be successful in a plan like this, you have to also act like you're against it. That's the point. So of course you would expect Putin would say, back off of my ships. But if he made a deal with Trump to you leave, back off of Europe, let me handle Europe, you handle America, and let China handle Asia. If that's the deal that they made, then you wouldn't want the public to know that. So you would behave differently in the public. You would make statements that go against that seemingly, but they're only superficial public statements. They're not actions. You see what I mean? So there we have it.
Was this done in coordination with elements within Venezuela? Was he kind of given up perhaps by his inner circle?
If you see where they're going now, was he given up by his inner circle? I mean, and again, there's the Chavez inner circle. They're tight with Putin and been tight with Putin.
If you look at it,
and been tight with Russia for a while.
The entirety of the armed forces was not on alert, was not ready other than a few basic radar systems. They estimate that they killed about 80 people, and out of them, 30 were the Cuban bodyguards who protected Maduro himself, right? That's his immediate close protection detail. Those are the guys who follow him in the armored vehicles, who secure his residencia, the interior of the residencia, and who guard the doors leading up to him or wherever safe room that he would have where he and his wife would be operating from. So that's typical. What's missing from this is, where was the armed forces of Venezuela's military forces that would be providing the perimeter security, the primary perimeter security, the intermediate perimeter security, and then access to the building, which would lead them to the 30-man bodyguard?
Exactly.
Where were they? Another group that we would want to know is, why would the police, who would be closing the roads leading up to a residencia, where were they?
Where were they?
So, and how do you get Maduro in bed, as they allege that he jumped up and was running to his safe room, when the country is being hit by over 100 2,000-pound bombs?
You hear what he's saying? I hope everybody's paying attention to what he's saying. He's just talking about what has been reported. How does that make sense? How does the story make sense from from his background? Navy SEAL, right? Cryptologist, military experience, on the ground doing things like this, kicking in the door himself with these kind of raids. You see what I mean? Let's listen.
Which would lead them to the 30-man bodyguard.
Right. So you need information, basically, to do this. You need to know where he is. You need people to not do their job. You need the whole military to not do their goddamn job. Because according to the record, they weren't really even confronted by much.
Vehicles who secure his residencia.
All right, so let me bring this back.
Other than a few basic radar systems, they estimate that they killed about 80 people, and out of them, 30 were the Cuban bodyguards who protected Maduro himself, right? That's his immediate close protection detail. Those are the guys who follow him in the armored vehicles, who secure his residencia, the interior of the residencia, and who guard the doors leading up to him or wherever.
Let me just stop right here. Let me just stop right here for a second, and I'm going to go to the wiki page, right? Because it just occurred to me that, even though I tell people to do that, to actually check people's backgrounds out. I mean, I'm aware of Malcolm Nance. He has a serious background in the military, right? In doing these exact types of actions himself, right? So he worked with the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. He's worked with the U.S. government for how many decades? But I realized that when I said that, I see somebody in the chat that just doesn't understand what that means. It means a person with experience and knowledge more than you is talking. Listen. Again, I also told people, don't be so quick to argue against it. Take a second, take the information in, go out and research some points first, right? I can see it's just hard. It's hard, though. And that ain't easy to do, right? So now let's just go to Malcolm Nance here real quick. Maybe that's going to help. Maybe that will help. So we just, understand who's talking there. And, right. It's very important to, damn, I spelled his name wrong. Here we go. Here's the wiki page on Malcolm Nance. He's written a few, maybe 4 books, by the way, right? Oh, here, let me go back. These are the books Nance has written. Let me pull those up too. It's good to actually, I'm glad to have a reason to bring this up. It's pretty informative in this way. Even when you have people that maybe don't agree, just going to review the information that they don't agree with possibly can be helpful at times, right? So let me see here. Is that it? Is that working? Oh, is it right here? Here we go. Sorry about that. Here we go. Let me put this That's weird. Okay. Here we go. Right. So these are Malcolm Nance's books. Let me see. One is called They Want to Kill Americans. That's from 2022. One is called Plot to Destroy Democracy. That is in 2018. The Plot to Betray America is 2019. In 2016, The Plot to Hack America. Right. So those are the 4 books. No, wait a second. Does he have more than 4? Damn. He also has Defending ISIS, 2016. Defeating ISIS, 2016. And Defeating ISIS, Who Are They, 2016. Does he have any others? Yeah, he also has, listen, Malcolm Nance also has Terrorist Recognition Handbook, 2003. The Terrorists of Iraq, 2014. And The End of AI, The End of Al Qaeda, 2010. So let's just do his background again here now. Just so we can know who's talking in that video. This is this is Malcolm Nance right here, born in 1961. So he's 9 years older than me, basically, right? And here, let me take this off my camera off the screen too. You know, I actually watch his podcast. He has a podcast. You should just go on Google and type Malcolm Nance and you will come across it. But you know, it always helps to have a person that, number one, has an extensive record in the military, a person who has done the things that they're discussing, and a person that teaches and trains other people to do these things that we're discussing, right? You know, so it's good to hear their perspective. So Malcolm Nance, right? Born in Pennsylvania, education, Excelsior University. He got a bachelor's there, right? Okay. So he's an author, counterterrorist, and intelligence commentator, right? Years active, 1981 to present, right? So he's been active military since then, right? Or I guess, right? National security, counterterrorism, intelligence, right? And this is what he's known for, and Islamic extremism, right? Notable work, Terrorist Recognition Handbook. Okay, these are some of his books. We went over this already. Military career, United States military, Ukrainian military, United States Navy, Ukrainian territorial defenses, right? Service from 1981 to 2001, United States, 2022, present in Ukraine from then, right? Rank, Senior Chief Petty Officer, United States, International Legion, Ukraine. Conflicts that he served in, Iran, Iraq, War, Lebanese Civil War, 1983 Beirut barracks bombings, Operation Praying Mantis, Bosnia War operations, deliberate force, Russo-Ukrainian War. So this is where he served in, the conflicts that he served in directly, meaning he was there on the ground. Okay. Along with also being part of the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Right. Let me see here. Naval cryptologist. So he was a petty officer specializing in naval cryptology. I don't know if people know what naval cryptology is. You want me to describe that? Let's see here. Cryptology technician is a United States Navy enlisted rating or job specialty. The CT community performs a wide range of tasks in support of the national intelligence gathering efforts with the emphasis on cryptology and signal intelligence related products. Most CT personnel are required to obtain and maintain security clearances due to the highly classified and secure work environment requiring very restricted access. It is not always possible. Other commands leading to their shipboard name spooks almost every detail surrounding CT worldwide administration. So members, right? Let's see here. Yeah. So you get an idea. Information, gathering information, and sharing information and accessing information. Right. That's basically what that is. So, and so now people have an idea there, right? You got a basic idea. If you want to look them up, feel free to look him up right here, Malcolm Nance. Just go to Wikipedia and you can look him up there. And you should also go to his YouTube page. Now let's go back to hear what Malcolm Nance has to say, and take a listen again. Because you got all. What I always try to tell people is that if it's not an emergency, don't be in a rush. If it's not an emergency, don't be in a rush. Take your time. That's what I would say. Don't be a 2-minute man. You know what I'm saying? Like, take your time now. You got plenty of time. All right, back to Malcolm Nance.
Safe room that he would have where he and his wife. Close protection detail. Those are the guys who follow him in the armored vehicles, who secure his residencia, the interior of the residencia, and who guard the doors leading up to him or wherever safe room that he would have where he and his wife would be operating from. So that's typical. What's missing from this is, where was the armed forces of Venezuela's military forces that would be providing the perimeter security, the primary perimeter security, the intermediate perimeter security, and then access to the building, which would lead them to the 30-man bodyguard? Where were they?
Yeah, you see that? Basically, where was the security? Where was the main security at? Not the personal, the 30-man, not the 30, 40, 80-man personal security, which dude has. What about the ones that's supposed to be protecting them? The ones you have to get through to even get close to them. What happened to them? Where were all of they at? Where were they at? You know what I'm saying? They supposed to be everywhere. You know what I mean? Look, this was a military installation. What the hell?
Another group that we would want to know is, why would the police, who would be closing the roads leading up to a residencia, where are they? And how do you get Maduro in bed, as they allege that he jumped up and was running to his safe room, when the country is being hit by over 100 2,000-pound bombs? Right? No one's going to sleep through that. I've been through some hairy stuff, but no one's going to sleep through when you can see out his window the city being bombarded. He would have already been, by his personal security detail, brought to a safe room, sequestered in there with a lot of security. He himself, like Saddam, they would have had their own weapon with them, right? Fascinating story. Leads a lot of questions to make the opposition claim that it was a negotiated negotiated transfer, right? And that negotiated transfer.
So the opposition has made the claim that it was a negotiated transfer, right? Meaning that it was negotiated in advance, the outcome. He was given up in advance, essentially. Something to that effect. Whether he knew it or not, or whether everyone involved knew it or not, until it played out, it was negotiated in advance. But that's what the opposition is saying. So, yeah, it looks like they're probably right to some degree. But who's behind it? Who else is involved? Who is the outer party that helped negotiate this? Right? Is interesting.
Negotiated transfer, right? And that negotiated transfer could have been carried out by anyone in the government. One of two people, actually. What's his name? General Vladimir Pedrino Lopez, the Minister of Defense, who had the resources to fight the Americans and didn't. Minimal gunfire was happening. One surface-to-air missile was launched at one military base. Minimal gunfire. And the Minister of the Interior, right? Diosdado Cabello. This guy controls a 500,000-person paramilitary force. So if there was the art of the deal being carried out here, it was carried out over the last 4 months with the assistance of the CIA and other governments, where the government of Venezuela had him already controlled and packaged and turned over. And when Delta Force landed, they landed on a compound that, was already secure. And all they had to do was go in and neutralize the final group for show and walk him out. Because 28 minutes in and out from Trinidad is a little fast.
Yeah. Well,
So, he clearly believes that this was negotiated in advance and that he wouldn't be surprised, that he definitely believes that Trump talked to Putin about this, right? And that, and who else is involved? The military is likely involved, the number 2 in the military, maybe, this kind of thing. And, yeah. But I think what's interesting is this: who benefits from the opposition not getting control? That's what I think the major question is. And the only people I could think of is Putin. You see what I mean? Because they definitely have a close relationship with that. They got a lot of weapons. Russia gave them a lot of weapons. So what's going to happen with those weapons? Why aren't those weapons being seized? Why aren't the weapons being part of the deal? Nothing heard about any of the weapons. You see what I mean? Like, I think people should pay attention to this. And I don't know what else to say, but I told people this before. If I was any country, I would not trust China, Russia, and the United States right now. Like, seriously. Like, if you have any problems, any fights, any internal conflicts inside of your country, to avoid this problem, you might want to make peace. You might want to let bygones be bygones. You might want to, reassure the other party and the other people in your country that you're all equals and you're all the same and you're all part of the country, because it appears that China, Russia, and Trump have decided, or it's better to say not China or Russia. It's better to say Putin, and Trump have made a deal to split up the world, like a new form of colonization, like just straight up, and I think people should consider that concept to be afoot based on the players that he mentioned. Like, he mentioned, who did he mention in this? He mentioned Alexander Dugin, right? He mentioned Steve Bannon, getting his ideas. That's one of Trump's main people, and this idea of that Eurasianism, which is the idea that Russia controls Europe and Europe and Asia, like, or Eurasia, which includes part of Europe, Western Europe or whatever, being the adversary to Russia. Trump being the ruler of America. You see, this is already things that have been written about in the past, and Alexander Dugin is one of those people that talks about it today. That's his philosophy today. You see what I mean? That's what he preaches, that he's a philosopher, from Russia. So this kind of deal, I think it's proper for people to start taking it serious right now. Like, it might sound far off to you, but again, consider who is telling you. And who is telling you is not just me. It's Malcolm Nance, who has an extensive, career in the military, and that has to be taken note of. It's not what's being said only, it's also who is actually saying it, right? So on that note, let's continue to hear some more from
we
Malcolm
talk
Nance.
about the signs that Maduro,
and this is Times Radio, by the way, so to see the full video, go to Times Radio.
would have seen that this was about to happen.
The Chinese told him.
Well, indeed, not just the explosions themselves, but we're told the entire power supply to Caracas was cut off. That's likely been done by something called a BLU 114B graphite bomb.
Right.
Is that what was used? Do we think? How does that work? And would that fit the profile?
That's possible. The first time that this weapon came into use, some of you might remember back in the 1990s when we bombed Belgrade, Serbia. We were having the micro-Serbia war. We used that bomb, the graphite bomb, which goes into the electrical substations, blows up over them, and shorts out the entire substation. That, of course, cuts all electrical power to whatever sector of the city you want. The entire city wasn't done, and we could see from videos that parts of the city were in operation. But if it's going to be the pathway to where you're going to up in the residencia and all these things, yeah, that would have happened. Another thing that makes you ask questions, did he have no senior staff? I mean, everyone has a chief of staff. Everyone has...
Right. They didn't detain any chief of staff. They didn't detain any of his staff, any of the people that worked with him. don't you want to interview those people? Don't you want to question those people? Don't you want to take those people in? Aren't some of those people considered enablers in a crime, any crime Maduro may have done? Like, doesn't that sound strange? If it's narcotics, or even if it's not narcotics, no matter what it's about, wouldn't you want the people that facilitate his commands to be arrested? Like, that's strange. That's strange, especially in when you try to take him to court to adjudicate his ass on anything. It's like they don't have none of the people to work with him to corroborate anything. There's nothing. So, yeah.
From videos that parts of the city were in operation. But if it's going to be the pathway to where you're going to up in the residencia and all these things, yeah, that would have happened. Another thing that makes you ask questions, did he have no senior staff? I mean, everyone has a chief of staff. Everyone has butlers, in these compounds. You have an intelligence staff. You have a liaison to the commander of the armed forces who would have his own secure communications to you. So the whole he was in his bed just doesn't work. Maybe he has an operations center in there where he's watching for this. And of course, everyone knows the Americans like to fly in. Right? We like to fly in, do the bin Laden on you, and get out. He should have been prepared for the idea that he was going to be killed. And 30 men is not enough to protect you, right? When you're talking about a massive military force. Also, he had no idea. Did he even know that it was a raid versus an invasion? Because at my first blush, I thought, based on some of the reporting, it was an invasion, where we were landing Marines, because there were some misidentifications of helicopters and things like that. But in fact, it was all U.S. Special Operations and the thing we do the best, which is drop bombs on you before you even know what's going on.
And I'm interested as well in that special operations team that went in, because they were reportedly assisted by US law enforcement. They even had an FBI hostage negotiator with them, apparently, if they thought that Maduro was going to lock himself in a safe room and they'd have to get him out.
Yeah.
Is that...
Yo, this is for people just joining. This is Malcolm Nance. He is veteran, actually. Well, he's still active duty now, a cryptologist, background in cryptology, but he worked for the Ukrainian forces and also the U.S. military, Navy, right? And yeah, he's given his breakdown on what he thinks is the real deal, what happened with Maduro. So those of you just joining, check it out. Rewind the video a little bit and you will hear what he is saying. Yeah.
A standard composition for this sort of snatch and grab, or something they've done bespoke for Maduro? What does that tell us about how this operation was put together?
Well, every mission is bespoke, right? But this is 1989. This is Manuel Noriega being holed up in first his residencia and then going over to the Papa Nuncio, right, where they had to blast him out with music, white noise, and negotiations over 2 weeks, right? Same scenario, drug lord, hold up, arrested, brought out. The premise of this military operation, which let no one make a mistake. When they say it was a law enforcement operation, that is just a lie. The Geneva Convention of 1949 states that a state of armed conflict exists when the first attacks are launched, even if one of the parties does not recognize they are in a state of armed conflict. So all of the rules of the Geneva Convention had to kick in, that they brought with them one DEA agent or one FBI officer to effect an arrest. I'm almost dead certain that person was not on the helicopters. You don't want to... that guy would have been on the ship that they brought you back to. The snatch requires you, every gun. Right?
Yeah, hit the like button. Malcolm Nance is dropping some jewels. And listen, in case you didn't hear it, this man said a whole lot. He said that Trump definitely talked with Putin before this happened. He said that this was prearranged, that the forces in Venezuela already got the word that they were going to turn him over, this kind of thing. The only people that didn't get the word were his closest security, but the military and things like that, for some reason, didn't defend. Right. And right. And he also talked about the philosophy of what's behind this, the fact that Alexander Dugin and these concepts of Eurasianism, where it's like Russia is, going to be the one that controls Eurasia, and, that their adversaries are Western Europe, and how also within that, built in that structure is that, the United States of America would control America. This is a philosophy that Steve Bannon is well aware of. Trump's, one of Trump's cronies, right? All these concepts are at play, and he's going to break down some more in terms of the deception, because there's some natural questions that come up with this when you start saying, okay, if it was prearranged, then how come they didn't do this, and how come they didn't do this? Well, he has some explanations. Let's check it out.
Right? Even if he's a well-trained, DEA has a lot of SWAT teams, FBI, same thing. You could have had a judge advocate general who was a member of the CAG, of the Delta Force, on board, who could have, made sure everything was being done in accordance. But the whole premise was from the Attorney General that this was not a military operation; it was a law enforcement operation where they were capturing a fugitive. It just doesn't work like that in terms of all legalities. The president had an enormous amount of requirements that he was required to do, notifications. He refused to do them. Didn't notify Congress, didn't notify House, Senate, intelligence committees, just did him on his own whim after setting this operation up. But he did notify the oil companies, which is interesting that they would be getting their assets back. So the mission, going in, battling, killing the final bodyguards around them, which is relatively easy, right? And then him already to walk out to a helicopter. Any other circumstance, you would have to blast him out. You would have been on the ground for hours. So interesting that you say a hostage negotiator. They're not negotiating. They would have blown the place to pieces.
Well, and as we mentioned before, along with that Sentinel drone, which had been tracking Maduro for some time, there's also apparently been that CIA team tracking Maduro since roughly August, it's being reported.
Right.
That's something you yourself pointed out in a previous episode of the Trump Report, I should add. I think probably in September or maybe August.
Yeah.
Just give us an idea then, as you were earlier, what that
Eric,
team might have been getting up to. How do you track Nicolas Maduro for such a long amount of time?
Okay, this is interesting with this question right here.
Just give us an idea then, as you were earlier, what that team might have been getting up to. How do you track Nicolas Maduro for such a long amount of time?
Well, first off, he's the principal of the country, so it's not hard to track him. He's got a schedule. Right, he's got a social secretary and a chief of staff and a person who has a resource listing for all the vehicles that have to go out, the fuel allocations. There's an enormous amount of intelligence that goes into moving a VVIP from point A to point B. So the Central Intelligence Agency, not just them, plus the Joint Special Operations Command, have numerous resources that they can use. The first is using case officers to go down there and buy the loyalty or work the loyalties of people who know the most about this. We could have used other resources and assets. Other countries have agents and assets that can report to us through our third parties. Like, you never know. An Ecuadorian intelligence officer could be running a guy who's inside the residencia, and he, for the low amount of $50 million, will give you that little bit of information, and then you pick it up. CIA officers on the ground there, or more importantly, paramilitary officers who would be the spearheads and the pathfinders for the U.S. military. And they work together quite easily. So that you would put into place, and what you would do is you just watch the building. You pay the little old lady who's selling, empanadas out front, to let you know when Maduro come by here every day, and then you start infusing this with space-based resources, right? Satellites, drone-based resources like the RQ-170, which is a very high altitude, high flying drone, and other drones that, are generally not talked about. So these are relatively relatively easy things when you're talking about a VVIP. Also, he had just met the Chinese delegation 3 or 4 hours before, which gave you a fixed final location.
Yes. You hear that?
That fixed final location, you can vector off of that. Did he leave the residencia? Did he leave his wife there and then go off in a Jeep to go see his mistress? All of these things, right? These, his movement, his pattern of life is what we would call that. And as a VVIP, he's got people he invites over for dinner, right? So if his favorite doctor, his favorite politician comes over, the vice president comes over, they also have a network of communications around them, right? And that'll be in Spanish language, in which, security vehicles will talk. The telephone calls from the vice president, whatever. This is just not outside of our realm of copying, as we say in my world, right? And that will tell you the truth. Same thing with his own phone. We don't know if we had access to his phone. I have this saying, right? The president, a VVIP always lies to his wife, never lies to his mistress. So if he knew something was really coming, he'd be telling his boo-boo to go get the kids or get your stripper clothes and take a suitcase and go over to the holiday, the Intercontinental, or go to Colombia. That's real. It's not a joke. And then of course he leaves the fat wife behind. So this is multiple layers. When you're talking about an operation that is focused on a single individual or a terminus, or one single place, we can put an enormous amount of national and international resources into it. Now, that was done. The key question is, there's this poem by Rudyard Kipling about, I have 6 faithful serving men, which is who, what, when, where, why, right? Those are the keys to intelligence. But the key word is always why. Why did we do it this way?
Yes, the details, the exact details tell you who is behind it, the why. The why tells you the who, essentially. Very simple. Yes.
I have 6 faithful serving men, which is who, what, when, where, why, right? Those are the keys to intelligence. But the key word is always why. Why did we do it this way?
This way. Now why, but why did we do it this way will tell you the who.
Terminal effect of removing Nicolas Maduro and his wife only, right? Killing his Cuban bodyguards. Why?
So why do you think it was done that way? The party stays in power. Why do you think that is? Why would that have to be done that way? Why does it have to be done the other way, that the woman or the opposition party that the United States recognizes and the world recognizes can't get power? Why is that? And knowing that why, I'm just extrapolating, will tell you the who. Who's behind this? Like, it's obvious Trump is one of the people, right? It's obvious this is to work. This situation has to work for Trump. But who else does it have to work for? The oil people? But who else does it have to work for? Does it have to work for anybody else geopolitically? Is that a geopolitical answer to why the regime stayed in power? Why only his wife and him were detained? Just a question.
What was the effect that you expected? Did Maduro negotiate his own self out? Did Maduro, why? Then did the opposition, as the opposition says, it was a negotiated exit? Was the Minister of Defense the opposition? Right? Because this looks closer to a soft coup, where usually when there's turmoil, where there's a change of regime, there's gunfire, bank robberies, crime goes out the window, law goes, world without rule of law goes into effect. The criminal gangs, the Tren de Aragua, they could be running cities right now and living in the central bank with tons of gold. They could be running the country. Why did none of this happen?
Yes. Why didn't any of that happen? Yeah, because it's closer to a coup, a soft coup, not a lot of violence, not a lot of people fighting against it. If anything, it's people going along with it that helps it move on. Yeah, exactly. Oh,
And yeah, I mean, Nicolas Maduro himself seems pretty upbeat about the whole situation. He's come off
double thumbs up,
this
right?
plane on the way. Exactly. He's come off the boat, flown into New York. He's probably in a New York courtroom as we're speaking, and yet every time he's caught on a camera, he's smiling, thumbs up, waving, saying Happy New Year to the
Yeah, that's what we're getting into now. So people, I would say go review that video, Malcolm Nance. I'm gonna put it in the chat so people can damn, I hope that works, but some people can't access the chat. I think it's the browsers, whatever browser, but in any case, check out Malcolm Nance. Yeah, but the shooting, that's what I wanted to get into now. So let's flip it, and then that is where we're gonna close out at. And that's so terrible. That's so terrible.
Following breaking news in Minneapolis, where city officials confirm a shooting occurred reportedly involving a federal ICE agent and a civilian this morning. You see the live pictures right there. Our Whitney Wild is there on the ground. Whitney, tell us what's happening right now.
Dana, we're in the heart of Minneapolis. We're here on East 35th and Portland Avenue. And let me show you first, I'll show you who's on scene. That is Mayor Jacob Frey. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. To the side here on the left side of your screen, that is Police Chief Brian O'Hara. There is an enormous law enforcement presence here from multiple different jurisdictions. Our photographer is going to show you what the crowd looks like here, Dana. Mayor Frey is now leaving. I think you're probably starting to hear people yelling to him, but he is now leaving. He had spoken with some people on the edge of the crowd when he first arrived, according to a man who had video of it. He did not come back to the crowd. Now a crowd is following him down the street. But what you're looking at right now is the law enforcement response here. So you see Minneapolis Police, you see the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. We've also seen the U.S. Marshals here. We've seen Customs and Border Patrol. But let me bring you up to speed with what we know. As you said, we know that there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement near East 34th Street and Portland Avenue. That was according to the city of Minneapolis. We do not yet know for sure what the extent of any injuries are or what prompted this. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has weighed in, saying my public safety team is working to gather information.
Oh, you talking about this view, Bits? Okay, I'm not sure, but if you're talking about this view, yeah, this is just a zoomed in version of what they're running on CNN, actually.
On an ICE-related shooting this morning, again, Mayor Jacob Frey is...
Do me a favor, y'all. Click the like button for me. Subscribe if you have just come to my channel and you like what you're seeing. Appreciate it.
Here, this is all in the context of this ramped up immigration enforcement that DHS has been touting. They say this is the largest immigration crackdown to date, 2,000 agents spread throughout the Twin Cities. This has been going on for a couple of days now. We know that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was here in the Minneapolis area yesterday. And what we see now is this real peak moment here where, based on our understanding, there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement here, and as Governor Tim Walz said, involving an ICE agent. We are learning to, trying to learn as much as we can. But let me just get you, another picture of the crowd here, because this is a city where these George Floyd riots are not far in the rearview mirror. And what I keep hearing from people in this area is they say, if you thought that was bad, this city is about to explode.
Oh, shit. Oh, they're saying people are pissed about this. They're saying people are pissed about this. And I don't know if that's CNN hyping the shit up. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, listen. If you're just killing if you're killing people like they killed goddamn Rodney King or in any other just way, people have a right to be pissed. And again, they're going to go back to this whole thing talking about how people react to these things. But look, when are they going to start taking serious the fact that some of these fucking police and some of these government agents fucking hate Americans, like, and act out on fellow Americans this way. You know, I'm telling you, like, I really wonder about it because I got to be honest. I've never been approached by the Danish police anywhere remotely close to this at any time. Never. Not even one time. I just have to tell you that. Never. I mean, and in the U.S., you see this kind of contact, it seems like, you know, with the police that is so violent. And this was a ICE agent. This is not even the regular police. But listen, I heard that a police officer got shot too. You know, that's what I actually heard. I don't know where I saw that news at. So let me let more of this play.
Minneapolis police are towing right now is to try to keep this calm and not inflame the crowd because they do not want another major
shit.
have a repeat of the George Floyd riots. And so right now what you're seeing is it is loud, Dana, but this is very controlled. We've seen a lot of flare-ups between the public and law enforcement in Chicago, for example. This is a very controlled scene, although it is noisy. Again, we're continuing to try to find out more about what happened, but Dana, that's the latest here.
Whitney, you probably can't hear yourself think because it's so loud there. It's a little hard for us to hear what you're saying. Because obviously there are a lot of people there who are quite angry. If you can hear me, and perhaps it's too early to know the answer to this, but it sounds like officials are being quite careful when they just say a shooting involving a federal agent. Does that mean that somebody who they were going after, who ICE was going after, was shot? Was there a shootout, or we don't know?
We don't know yet. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's starting to get really spicy. So let me give you context of what is going on here. Dana, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm going to pull my microphone a little closer to my mouth. Okay. That's Police Chief Brian O'Hara right now. The crowd is really directing their frustration that direction at the moment. People here are really angry. We're hearing them yell at the Minneapolis Police Department. They don't feel like the Minneapolis Police Department is serving the Minneapolis voters, the Minneapolis taxpayers right now. And so right now what you're hearing is a lot of anger directed toward the local law enforcement here, even though they were not involved in this shooting, as far as we know, Dana.
All right, Whitney, we're gonna let you go. Obviously, it is interesting that you're saying that their anger is towards local law enforcement. I would imagine in addition to federal law enforcement, ICE agents in particular. So we're going to let you go. We're going to let you do some reporting. Stay safe, and we will get back to you as soon as you get more. Thanks so much for your terrific reporting, Whitney. DHS has confirmed that an individual has died. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. ICE officers who...
Okay, so somebody died. Somebody's died here. Okay, so damn, that is crazy. That's crazy.
Who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. Can you fill in the blanks, Priscilla?
Yeah, Dana, let's set the scene here. So in Minneapolis right now, the Department of Homeland Security has surged thousands of agents. There are around 2,000 agents that have been deployed to the state of Minnesota, and there have been ongoing operations, especially in Minneapolis. So that is what has been ongoing in that city and in that area. And this morning, the Department of Homeland Security says that they were conducting what they call these targeted operations. That is to say that they went out to a location, they had a target in mind. Over the course of that operation, according to their statement, ICE officers and one of these violent rioters they're calling weaponized their vehicle. This is according to their statement. And they also go on to say attempting to run over our law enforcement officers. And they call this an act of domestic terrorism. And they say that is what prompted an ICE officer, who they said was fearing for their life, to fire these defensive shots. And this alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. This is according to the Department of Homeland Security. I have asked the Department of Homeland Security if this was a U.S. citizen because we do not know the status of this individual who was in this vehicle. Now, of course, we have seen in multiple cities that the actions of ICE as they carry out their operations has prompted protesters and rioters at some of these operations. But generally, I will say, Dana, in talking to my sources over the course of the morning, there are a lot of questions here about these defensive shots that the Department of Homeland Security is is talking about, because generally the policy for ICE officers to use to shoot would be if the subject poses, quote, an imminent threat of serious injury and or death. So there are a lot of questions here as to what prompted that defensive shot outside of the use of the vehicle. And it is these types of questions that would prompt also an internal investigation at the Department of Homeland Security, typically to try to get the answers as to what exactly unfolded here for there to be a fatal incident that includes Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And again, it is Immigration and Customs Enforcement that was involved here, according to DHS. Recall that there are multiple agencies that are on the ground doing these immigration enforcement.
They say there is some video footage of this. Damn. Let me see something. All right, let me let this play. I'm gonna see if I can find that footage.
Operations, and even photos of the scene showed, at least after the fact, that it was both ICE on the ground as well as local police department and U.S. Border Patrol, which has similarly been deployed to Minneapolis to continue the operation. So we are still trying to seek more answers here, Dana, but at the outset, what we know is that there was an ICE-involved shooting, that there has been a fatality. We're trying to get what the status of that person was, if they were a U.S. citizen, but of course against the backdrop of this massive immigration operation.
Priscilla, thank you so much for that reporting. If you out there are wondering, like I am, what's going on with Whitney Wild in Minneapolis, she is fine. She's talking to some of the people there who are pretty exercised.
Okay, so let me see. They say there's some footage here. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull that footage up. I guess you guys are ahead of me. You all already saw the footage. Damn, I didn't see it. Let me see here. Can I fix this? Yeah, let me try to fix this. 2 seconds here. Yes, boom. All right, let me try this. Can I pull that down? Nope. Where is it at? Articles. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this down a little bit and make it easier to view. Right. Maybe y'all can see. Oh, wait a second. I'll do it a little more. Let's take it back now. What? What? Wait a second. Hold on. The lady is leaving and they shot at her? Is that what I just saw? It looked like he pulled the gun out of the car and shot at her.
Oh my God! What the? You just, what did you do?
Oh shit. Let me remove this. I'm sorry. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna play this back. Somebody shot at her, at the driver.
What the? You just, what did you do?
So she was fleeing and she crashed. She was fleeing and she crashed. She crashed while fleeing. And they shot her because she was fleeing, and then they lied about it after. That is standard. That is standard. That is just so ridiculous. But that seems to be standard procedure when it comes to some federal agents, and police. This kind of idea that you can describe things in another way that didn't actually happen, and what do y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? What's going on? What did y'all see? Did you see, what did it look like to you? Tell me. Let me know. Let me see here. Edward says there was a guy. What's up, Edward? Edward said there was a guy in front of the car, not the guy that went up to the door, but there was another guy in front of the car that shot her. Okay. Let me see. From the camera angle, you can see that this is one way. This is a one-way street with 2 traffic lanes and parking on both sides. All right. Okay. Good observations there. Let me play that back. You ahead of me on this one. Let me see here. Thank you for sharing that too, Edward. Let's watch this one more time. Let me see here. I'm gonna take my camera off. So it's somebody else in front of her that shot. Okay. Oh. I think I see the person right there, right? Well, is that the person? Right. You can't see the person. Wait a second. So you can't see the person now. And you can't see the person now. The van is blocking the person. But apparently there's one other person standing there. Right. There is. Right. That's the third person. So that person did it. And they crashed.
What you do?
And see, that's why my advice is don't even stop. Why did she even stop in the first place? I hate to say that. That's horrible. And I believe she died. But don't stop. Just don't stop. That would be, because I would be scared of these people. They got on masks and everything. And you have only 1 second to think about you're going to be separated from your family. Look at that shit. Yeah, so she probably died right there, possibly. Sounds like it. Foot is still on the engine. Yeah, that is terrible. But I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, why? You have to stop. You have to follow the law. You have to do this. You have to do it like that. That's the problem. If you just listen, this is, things will be better for you. There's a lot of people that are going to say that. But me, myself, I don't necessarily think that's the case. Like I tried doing it the right way once before to myself. And when I was in my 20s, me and my homeboy was coming back from a party in Maryland, and the police, we was on our way to DC, just not that far out in Maryland. Had to get on the highway a little bit, maybe like 3-4 minutes. Right. And the police, before we got on the highway, the police stopped us. And then all of a sudden it's like, they didn't want to tell us why they wanted us to get out of the car. So, we didn't get out the car. That's how the rules are in DC, even though we were in Maryland. What the fuck? I don't know. I'm just practicing what I know. But in any case, since the car wasn't illegal and neither one of us have any criminal records, we're like, why do you want us to get out the car? Right? What did you pull us over for? And that's basically what my homeboy asked. Why did you pull me over, officer? They're supposed to tell you in DC, but they didn't want to do that. So what they did was get the dogs and get all of this. And then they, smashed the window and dragged us out of the car and brutalized us. Right now, basically. And then after they searched the car and didn't find anything, then, a guy, I was commenting on the officer. I was like, yo, what is all of this about? And then he said, you know, I was like, y'all just pull us over like that. Like, what's the problem? What are we doing? Right. And then he said, I was like, you guys searched, went through all of this, took us out, did all of this, searched the whole car, and there's nothing there. Right. So what's the deal? And the guy, you know what the guy did? The police officer went in his side pocket and pulled out like a little joint, like this big, and said, aha, look what I found, you know. And obviously it wasn't ours, because I already know, first of all, I don't smoke joints. You see what I mean? So I know it's not mine. And I also know that my homeboy doesn't either. Right. So, and number two, we both know we're going into Maryland, so we're extra cautious. There's none of that. We don't even use the car for that. There's no criminal record. If you pull someone over and there's no criminal record on the license plate, the car is owned by the driver. The driver has no criminal record. What else do you want? And there's no infraction, driving infraction that they made. What else do you want to know? You see what I'm saying? So, but these police weren't worried about that. So they had to make up all of these stories, right? They had to make up these stories. But again, this goes back to the Fourth Amendment. Like, why are they stopping her? Don't you have a right to not be stopped? What about that part of it? Like, whatever happened to, how is it that that's not a violation of your, what is this? Let me see something. Right. Now, let me see. What constitutional right is this? This is the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Oh, you all can't see this? Let me bring this back in effect, right? So everybody can see this at least. Yeah, thank you for that. Let me see here. Where's that at? Boom. Let's oh, can you all see this? What's going on with my screen? Right, there we go. All right, let me just fix this for everybody real quick. All right, here we go. So the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution protects you from unreasonable searches and seizure. The right of people to be secure in their person, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. This applies to stops by police, including traffic stops. Key principle: need reasonable suspicion to stop you or probable cause to arrest you. Whatever happened to reasonable suspicion? You know, need reasonable suspicion to stop you. What does that mean? You know, reasonable suspicion, probable cause, reasonable suspicion, a lower standard than probable cause. Police must have specific and articulable facts suggesting you are involved in criminal activity, right? Swerving in traffic, running a red light, probable cause, a higher standard. Police must have enough evidence to believe a crime has been committed. For a traffic stop or minor infraction, I mean, does this stuff even count anymore in the law? Does it even count? Probable cause? Is probable cause something that ICE even has to deal with anymore? I mean, I'm not even sure if that exists, but let me play this. Let me see what the other news coverage is about this. 2 seconds, and then yeah, that was interesting watching that. It was tragic though at the same time, like hella tragic. It's just I really wonder like where all of this is going, and you know, when it's going to be over. But again, would it surprise you if this woman was Venezuelan? You know what I'm saying? Like, would it surprise you if she was Venezuelan? And you know what I mean? Because this is exactly how they was treating Venezuelans, you know, for the last 8 months. You see what I mean? Anyway, just get out of your car. Come here. Pow. Just all kinds of shit. And you're a rapist. Taking a, you know, grandmother. Get her out of here. She's illegal. She's illegal. Yeah, in any case. So now let's hear what the story is. I mean, I don't even know the background. I have the background up here. I pulled it up, but I want to see them speak about it a little bit in the legacy media and then go to the details. So let's see here.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We'll have that ready for you shortly. But what we've been seeing since these reports of this shooting, since this tweet of the city of Minneapolis, is a highly, highly contentious situation between the protesters here and between the law enforcement. We also talked to another eyewitness who did not tell me that he saw the shooting itself, but he did tell me that he saw a car with blood spattered on the airbag. He showed me a video and a picture. It was quite gruesome. So obviously, Anna, this is a quickly developing situation. We still have a lot more to learn, a lot more to confirm, but the tensions are high here in Minneapolis. Anna?
Yeah, we can feel the emotion, and we're just looking at these live images. Quite a law enforcement presence there. Alex, do you know anything about this neighborhood, and specifically what law enforcement is there on scene? Is this all our immigration officials there? Is it other type of law enforcement that were taking action leading up to this shooting?
So, Anna, we actually just saw Greg Bovino, who is leading this immigration raid for Border Patrol, on the scene here. We also know that leading up to this report of this shooting, ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, Border Patrol, was conducting a raid. Mr. Osman, that's Jamal Osman, a city council member. But basically, we heard that there were ICE raids, immigration raids up and down this block. We're in communication with a number of people who are known as ICE verifiers. ICE verifiers, they patrol where immigration officials are patrolling and try to let the community member know where they are, try to keep other community members safe of a potential immigration crackdown. And what we've been told from them, at least, Anna, and I have to couch what I'm saying here, it's important that they're the ones who are telling me this, is that this street, this area, is where a lot of the immigration raids in the last few days has been happening. Anna?
Alex, we talked to you last hour about some of the fraud.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. I don't know what it is because I haven't heard the police say it yet, but I want to hear what the police say this happened. I'm going to read it in a second. But, it seems like from what I saw, it seems like you can't just shoot people that way. That's what it seems like to me. Like, if a person is scared, they have a legitimate right to be scared. Shooting them, you have to prove there has to be evidence that it was necessary. And, this idea that you couldn't, think about this. I guess they're going to try to say that they fear for their life. If they didn't shoot her, you would get run over. But you shot her, and she can't steer a car when you shoot her. She can't take her foot off the gas when you shoot her. Like, you saw the car just drove. The car drove far, right? So shooting, you still got out of the way, even though you shot her. You still had to jump out of the way. So shooting is not what you had to do to save your life. I didn't see that in that video. I saw officers moving out of the way of a car and a woman fleeing, but I didn't see anybody that didn't have time to move, like that moved out of the way from getting hit by a car. So I'm just trying to figure out, where does the shooting part come into it?
Allegations involving
why was it necessary to shoot her?
Members of the Somali community and many others in the Minnesota community at large. What can you tell us about that neighborhood specifically, and do you know anything about the population in that neighborhood?
What I can tell you is that for about a month now, since President Trump called the Somali diaspora here in Minnesota garbage, tensions have been just ratcheting up every single week. You can feel the tension now, obviously, coming to a crescendo at this moment. We're about 10 minutes away from the largest Somali mall in Minneapolis. It's a hub for this.
All right, so it's a Somali mall. I mean, sometimes I wonder like what the reporting is really about. I haven't heard that much substantive yet, but let's go to the next one. Let's see here, because there's more. A few outlets covered this, and then a few were more recent
You're
than
watching
others.
CBS News
Let's see
Minnesota.
Hi, good morning. I'm Maria Lizignoli. It's 10 o'clock live in the WCCO News. Thanks for joining us here at the live desk. One of the daycare sites highlighted in a video by YouTuber Nick Shirley is closed. Quality Learning Center on 14th and Nicollet is now closed as of January 6th, according to licensing info from the Minnesota Department of Human Services. No other information is immediately available. Now, this was just one of the 9 daycare centers mentioned in the viral video. Minnesota's Office of Inspector General carried out an on-site compliance check at each of those centers and confirmed they were, quote, operating as expected. That's according to officials who said that back on January 2nd. All right.
Now, this is breaking news from the WCCO Live Desk on CBS News Minnesota.
We're back with breaking news. I want to take you live out to South Minneapolis, where there is an active ICE presence and a chaotic scene. We'll bring you here. We'll pull it up larger. We know, right, we don't have a lot of information right now. We have crews on the ground, and we do know that there is a crashed car at the center of the taped off area. You can see it here in this image in South Minneapolis. This is around 33rd and Portland, near the Powderhorn neighborhood. Now, we have 2 crews on the scene talking with people there. We also know that the Minneapolis police chief is there, and we are going to be speaking with him as well. You can hear it. It's a very active scene. I want to take you to another shot where we are looking at a different angle of this police ICE federal presence.
Yeah, we just saw the incident. You know, it was recorded. Actually, that's the good thing about it, is that I was just saying this earlier today. The cameras, you know, it's hard to do anything and not expect to be on cameras today, right? And that's regarding anybody. You know, if you go on camera, even myself as a podcaster, and you go out there and you say things, make an ass out of yourself and all of this, you know, that stuff is on camera forever, right? And it's the same thing for these politicians. It's even worse for the politicians. Like, everything you say, you go down in history on TV, you know, and yeah, and this is the same thing for ICE. Like, their actions will be recorded and go down in history. Like, you might be able to fool let's say you might be able to get away with these things, but history won't look highly upon you. You know, history is not going to look highly upon how they dealt with this situation with this woman in this car. Right. But in any case, a woman in a car. So I can see somebody asked about an update. A woman in a car was on a street where ICE was stopping some people. And I guess they were on that street doing raids in the homes or something like that. I think that's what I heard them say. And and so she's just waiting to get around them, it looks like. And then somebody finally, because the road is kind of blocked off. And then somebody finally comes and tells her to get out of the car. Like, and it looks like she got scared and drove off, and one of the officers shot her. Right. And then she crashed into a car. Yeah. And I'm just like, can you do that? Like, can you just do that? What if somebody else got hurt? You know, what if I mean, to me, it just sounds like just totally. This is not why you're allowed to pull out your gun. You're not allowed to pull out a gun to shoot somebody to stop their car. You know, to me, that just sounds like, and it's clearly like, I think, who was it? Edward pointed out that there was no one in harm's way. Right. So that's the issue behind it. And I'm going to play that clip again, but I just want to hear what else they're saying here about it. And then the mayor came out and made a speech. I got that one, too, but I'm sure there's some more details coming. So let me let some of these videos rock.
in South Minneapolis. You can see ICE agents walking along the sidewalk, a blocked off area with caution.
Yeah, release the Trumpstein files. Exactly. You know, all of this just because they won't release the files. If they release the files, all this disappears. Can you believe that? Because then everybody get to see the truth about Trump, and then they have to impeach him, and then it can't go on because you're going to find out about all kinds of crimes, all kinds of sex crimes, all kinds of everything, videotapes. You're going to find out who's been blackmailing Trump this whole time. You're going to find out all kinds of shit when they release the Epstein files. But since you can't, he's still allowed to be president. Since you can't. You see what I mean? Not that what you know about him isn't already bad enough.
Tape, people just watching and sitting there. I want to take you back to that original shot of the police presence and the blocked off area. And actually, let me take you back to this other shot here where you can see a big crowd of people, cameras up. It's unclear what they are looking at, but you assume it is the blocked off area. Again, this is at the corner of 33rd and Portland in South Minneapolis. We do know there is a large ICE presence here, and the Minneapolis police chief is on scene. Our crew there is going to be speaking with Police Chief Brian O'Hara. And again, we're not exactly sure what is going on here. We do know there's an ICE presence as well as a car. It looks like a car crash that is at the center of the taped off area.
And it was recorded. So we're going to review that. I played it already, but we're going to review it again. People actually saw what happened on video camera. We watched it from several different angles. I would suggest everybody watch it, but here, let's see what else they got. Apparently they questioned one of the witnesses.
Okay.
All right, here is an interview with a witness. Let me pull up the audio here.
When you say you heard shots, how many shots would you say you heard? Was it one or two? Was it rapid fire?
It was rapid fire, I think. It was a bunch of little ones and then like a really big bang. So it could have been something else. I don't know how well my memory is. It was kind of scary.
You saw them doing CPR on a person, or you just saw them take them away?
I saw them huddled around the car. I don't think I saw anybody doing CPR.
She didn't see anybody doing CPR.
I just saw them as they were taking her away in like a huddle. And it was kind of hard to see her. They were...
How long would you say it was between when you heard the shots and when they took her away?
I think it was around 10 to 15 minutes. It was a while. There were all these cars back down the street and the ambulance was coming from this way. And they had a bunch of cars blocking the street, so they couldn't get it through. So 10 to 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, somebody said, yeah, you don't all know the facts. Yes, he was hit. Well, I watched the video myself, and the video that I watched, I didn't see anybody get hit. So I can only respond to what I saw, right? And I didn't see anybody get hit, right? So I watched it from a couple of angles. I didn't see anybody get hit. So I haven't heard anyone else here say they saw anybody that got hit. We all watched the video together. So, I mean, maybe they'll have another... did she say somebody was hit? Did she say a police officer was hit, the witness? I'm listening to the woman that was there. So if she doesn't say she saw somebody get hit, did you hear any witness say that they saw a police officer or an ICE agent get hit? Did anybody witness that? A civilian witness it? Because, we can't have ICE agents lying. That don't count. Right? Just because they say it, if you didn't see it, and if you didn't see someone else say it about them, then why would you, where's the evidence?
There is. Tell you what, I'll just get a few more shots here and then we'll... No, I can go around. It may be better to stay together. Okay.
All right, here is an interview with a witness. Let me pull up the audio here.
When you say you heard shots.
Nah, I didn't see him limping. I didn't see anybody get hit. I didn't see anybody limping. I saw people that all look very, very strong, active, light on their feet, happy. I didn't see anybody limping. I didn't see that guy. I saw all the people that appeared to be involved on video, and they all appeared to be doing quite well after. The only one that didn't seem to be doing well was the person they shot.
Shots. How many shots would you say you heard? Was it one or two? Was it rapid fire? I mean,
It was rapid fire, I think. It was a bunch of little ones and then like a really big bang. So it could have been something else. I don't know how well my memory is.
The chat is crazy right now. Let me just put the chat. I would, I can't show the chat and this video right now, but sometimes I swear, man, I'm reading some of these comments. Somebody's in there talking about they saw them limping. That's all cap. You didn't see anybody limping. Get out of here.
It was kind of scary.
You saw them doing CPR on a person, or you just saw them take them away?
I saw them huddled around the car. I don't think I saw anybody doing CPR. I just saw them as they were taking her away.
Didn't see anybody doing CPR.
In like a huddle. And it was kind of hard to see her. They were...
How long would you say it was between when you heard the shot?
They're paramedics. They know when somebody's dead. They just stop on their own.
That's when they took her away.
I think it was around 10 to 15 minutes. It was a while. There were all these cars back down the street and the ambulance was coming from this way. And they had a bunch of cars blocking the street so they couldn't get it through. So 10 to 15 minutes, I think.
How would you describe the feeling of standing on the top of your steps, looking out into your street and seeing what you're seeing right now?
I think it's a lot of anger and grief and a lot of compassion for. I mean, these are our neighbors, and we didn't ask for these people to be here and to be, shooting people outside of our homes. So I think I think it's just a really community feeling of anger and trying to, I don't know, help our community and just try to protect our own, I think.
Anything else you want to say?
I don't know. This was, I think ICE's actions in this state are despicable, and we don't want them here. We don't want them taking our neighbors. So that's all I have to say.
How do I spell your name?
W-R-E-N.
And then what's your last name?
Kleinfelter. Clinefel.
We just heard.
I didn't hear anyone say she was illegal. I haven't heard that said yet either. I haven't heard anybody say that yet. I haven't heard even the news media people call her illegal yet. Just for the reference, where did you get that from? Maybe they're about to say that. I don't know. Is this person illegal? Is it? How do I know? I'm trying to find out right now by watching this shit. I haven't heard that. Anyway, let me know if you heard if she was legal or not, or illegal, and what your source is, where you heard it from.
From another witness who says she saw a woman who had been shot.
It says a woman. I hear that word used a lot. Woman. Ruby, are you a woman?
Given potentially life-saving measures, taken away in an ambulance. Again, we're still working to confirm all of this. I want to take you to another vantage point of this scene here on 35th and Portland in the Powderhorn Park neighborhood. Large ICE presence. Again, this entire intersection is blocked off.
See, look at all these agents. Look at all these agents and stuff, right? And you think about it like, comprehensive means, they spend all of this manpower on how many people? Just remember that. Just remember how many goddamn government officials, how much money is going into this. And you're only going to, all these people are going to apprehend what, 1, 2 people? And it's all of this money, state money, federal money. Like, yeah, is that comprehensive? Is that called comprehensive? I don't think it's called comprehensive. I think it's called a show. like superficial, like, to be honest, and now somebody dies in the superficiality of it. I mean, remember, this is policy driven. This is a policy driven situation. You know, had we not had policy like this, or how can I say this? If it's not policy, yeah, it is policy. You know, if we hadn't had this kind of policy choices being made, you know, we wouldn't even be seeing this stuff.
We're hearing that 2 cars appear to be heavily damaged in a crash. This is at the front of 3337 Portland. We are working to get video of that, but it looks like this is one of the cars that we've been looking at all morning that appears to be at the center of this ramming incident, as DHS is calling it. As we move the camera here, I'll take you to another camera here at...
Operation has started. We know that Minneapolis community members and St. Paul members throughout the metro community, they have responded in kind. We know it happened at the Hilton Hotel, the Hampton Inn down in Lakeville. We've seen ICE has not necessarily been welcome in some of these communities as well. So again, trying to make sure that everyone stays safe. But we do have team coverage on this situation as well. We have Adam Duxter, who is out there. We have photojournalist crews who are out there. Connor White, who is out there as well. So we're going to continue to check in with them as they get new information, piecing together.
Yeah, Bits. I didn't hear them say once, you know, and this is the thing. Usually when I'm watching media, if the person was an illegal, that would be the first thing ICE says out of their mouth and reports to the media. That would be the first thing the media will want to confirm, the identity. And even more important than the identity is she illegal or illegal? And that would be the first thing ICE would say to, like, put everyone at ease, right? I would like to report she was an illegal, so now you understand why we did this. But that's not what you're hearing in the media. And usually, if that doesn't come out in the first, you know, that would be the first question you would ask, right? It is an ICE raid. What does that tell you? I mean, what it tells me that it doesn't sound like this is an illegal, you know? So, yeah, Bits. I mean, I'm gonna actually dig up the exact every little bit that they know. I just want to see the coverage real quick, see how the media does the story first, and then I'll go over to the articles.
What exactly is continuing to unfold right here in South Minneapolis? Because again, this is our home. This is our community, the place that we love, the place that we hold sacred. So we want to make sure that everyone is safe. Now, we know that's not the case. Right. Because we have seen law enforcement there. We've seen ambulances there. We've seen weapons that have been fired with chemical irritants as well. So if we can, should we go and check in with Adam Duxter? He's live on the ground right now.
Let me pull him up. And Adam, I'll let you know when we can hear you and see you. Adam, what are you seeing? You are live.
Hey guys, yes, we've been here for the past, hold on guys, I've got mixed minus in my IFB, I'm so sorry. We've been here for probably the past hour and a half or so. It's been chaos since we've been here. What we know is that this started today probably around 9:30, and we were told by neighbors that they saw and heard ICE activity happening on Portland here in 34th, and talked to 2 different sets of neighbors who said they came outside and what they saw was multiple federal agents surrounding a Honda Pilot, an SUV. And they say that the Honda Pilot was essentially attempting to get out. They say at one point, a federal agent went up to the Honda Pilot in an attempt to open up the driver's side door, and they say that's when the driver of that Honda Pilot put it in reverse and then drove away. And they say that's when, neighbors tell me that's when they heard multiple shots go out. They believe it was a federal agent firing shots into the side of that Honda Pilot. We were then told.
So, you see that? So, into the side means they weren't even in the front of the vehicle when they fired. So that means their life wasn't in jeopardy or in danger, you know? And it just makes me, it's just more evidence. It just shows you, you know, what is going on here. And again, this is policy driven. Look at how many agents, federal agents and all of this. Look at how much money this costs. And I just want people to really think about that. Like, is this a rational use of money? Is it even close to rational when you want to talk about what tools and methods you could use to get rid of illegal, quote unquote, illegals, right? Because they all tend to show up at court anyway, you know, if they are in need of some sort of, you know, residential status, right? To me, it just sounds like they're running around, you know, exhausting a lot of money, and to find few people actually, you know. Now, when you look at the amount of people that that they do detain, then just do the math on, well, how many people did it take to detain this person, and then just really do the math, do the numbers, right? Say how many hours were those agents who caught this person? How many hours were they paid? What is their, you know, how many hours a day? How effective are they in that day? Is it that they use an 8-hour day and they detain one person, and there's like 8 agents detaining one? Is that what's going on here? Because to me, that sounds like, damn, you're going to spend a whole lot of money. You're going to spend a whole lot of money first. And here's the thing. Why can't they just already know like a little more about these people? Why are they looking? It's one thing to know that someone's an illegal immigrant. You have the person's name, you know where they live, and you go and you apprehend them. That's one thing. It's another thing when you turn from the person you know who is illegal, you have their address, you have that warrant, and then you just look at anybody else that's around. Hey, by the way, you over here too. Come here. Stop. Wait. I want to talk to you. You know, what the fuck is going on with that? Just random, hey, by the way, what the fuck? You look like, what do you look like? You don't look American. So let me stop you and find out if you're American. What does an American look like? What does an American look like? And is that an appropriate use of money? Stopping random fucking people. That's totally, that cannot be, that cannot in any way, shape, or form be a rational use of money. That just can't be, you know, and this is what they're doing.
That a person from that car was taken out, put on the ground. There was CPR attempted. I've seen multiple videos of paramedics attempting CPR on one person who is believed to be inside of that Honda Pilot. And we're told that there might have been some difficulty getting an ambulance to that vehicle, again, just because of the size of the scene and how many cars were out here. But we were told eventually they were able to get that person and take them away. Again, we have no clue right now as to that person's condition, but again, multiple neighbors corroborating that story, that there was some sort of standoff, if you will, and then multiple shots were fired into that Honda Pilot, again, believed to be by one of the agents on scene. I can tell you I've seen with my own eyes. Greg Bovino from Border Patrol is here on scene. We have seen him, and there has been multiple agencies between Border Patrol, the Sheriff's Office here in Hennepin County, Minneapolis Police are here working crowd control. I've seen probably 4 or 5 different members of City Council. I've seen Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara here on scene. But then, guys, I want to tell you, within the last 5 to 10 minutes, things really escalated again. Photojournalist Dave Charest kind of showing you where it happened off of 34th here. One of the vehicles was attempting to leave this area. One of the, I believe, federal vehicles, and demonstrators were getting in front of that car. We saw one moment where a demonstrator, a protester, if you will, got tangled up with the federal agent and then had some sort of chemical irritant deployed directly to.
All right, so they talking about more about the audience, the you know, the crowd, the behavior, you know, right? But I just want to know about this actual shooting real quick. So let me see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Another witness. There we go.
He's sort of around your side. People
before. and we're watching it happen right before our very eyes.
You see the violence that is happening right before your eyes. Many witnesses reporting they saw the shooting happen this morning. Here is one witness we talked to earlier.
A red SUV parked right in front of our house. 2 people in camouflage, ICE agents, presumably one on the driver's side, one on the passenger side of the vehicle. There were some black and white unmarked SUVs sort of around the street, parked in the street. And then a third person in also camouflage fatigues came and started pulling on the driver's side door handle, at which point the vehicle backed up a few feet and started driving forward. The agent who was on the driver's side originally, who was not pulling on the handle but had been there prior to that, shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove a 30, 40 feet.
Yeah, so he actually murdered this woman. That's what it sounds like to me. Like that agent committed murder. Like that's what it sounds like to me, you know. He's shooting into the side of the driver's window. He's shooting. That means the car is not headed towards him. So that means the car is not a danger towards to him, you know. And that is horrible, because that means that agent knew they weren't in danger and decided to just shoot the person as a way to stop them. And without knowing who the person is, without knowing anything else about the person, just because they want to stop that person, you know. And let me see here. Let me just do one thing real quick. I wanna see something here. Let me see. Let me just see if they have any actual information online about the woman that they're talking about, if she was an illegal. Listen, the woman shot, and this is for everybody in the chat and also the trolls. All right, I saw a couple of trolls here earlier. No, the woman shot by ICE in Minneapolis was not an undocumented immigrant or in the country illegally. According to multiple verified reports, she has been identified as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen. So a U.S. citizen was murdered today by ICE and was not in danger. The officer that murdered her was not in danger. Yeah. He stopped a U.S. citizen, terrified her, and then murdered her when she tried to flee. Yeah, because you're not supposed to be looking for American citizens or stopping them without them committing a fucking crime. You know, and yeah, is that a violation of the Fourth Amendment? Sounds like it to me. She has been identified as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen. Officials and city leaders have said she was a local resident who was not the subject of an immigration arrest or removal. That's reported by CBS News. Minneapolis leaders describe her as a legal observer of federal actions, not someone targeted for immigration enforcement. This gets interesting. Records and statements indicate she lived in the Twin Cities area with her family, and her name was previously linked to an address in Kansas City 2023, not an immigration status address. She was a U.S. citizen and a local resident, not an undocumented immigrant. Right. So, yeah, there it is. There
crashed into another car.
Let me just hear his description one more time.
To do that when you see everything and all the turmoil that is continuing to unfold, and we're watching it happen right before our very eyes.
You see the violence that is happening right before your eyes. Many witnesses reporting they saw the shooting happen this morning. Here is one witness we talked to earlier.
a red SUV parked right in front of our house. Two people in camouflage, ICE agents, presumably one on the driver's side, one on the passenger side of the vehicle. There were some black and white unmarked SUVs sort of around the street, parked in the street. And then a third person in also camouflage fatigues came and started pulling on the driver's side door handle, at which point the vehicle backed up a few feet and started driving forward. The agent who was on the driver's side originally, who was not pulling on the handle but had been there prior to that, shot 2 or 3 times through the driver's side window. The car drove a 30, 40 feet and crashed into another car in the telephone pole.
This is an eyewitness in Lucid Kingdom. Yeah, exactly. They pulled. So they pulling on the door. What crime did she commit? She committed no crime, no warrant, nothing. They just decided, hey, you too. Let me see who you are. Right? Open your door. Now, I mean, they just opened their fucking door. What would you do? I mean, for me, I'm just like, I can't. It's not important to say what I would do. I think it's important to recognize that she obviously didn't feel safe, and knowing that she's not part of any crime, basically, it could be that her brain didn't even have time to process what's going on, and that's where fear comes into play. And you got masked men. I mean, this is the whole thing about being masked and everything. I'm gonna watch the incident again one more time, but it doesn't even matter. Even if she didn't want to stop for you, you don't have the right to kill her. It doesn't mean she endangered your life. You see, and that's the whole thing. Not stopping for you and following your instructions is not endangering your life. That's not what we witnessed in the video. We didn't witness her endangering anybody's life. So where's the, need to shoot her? Where's that come from? Yeah.
Again, that was a witness who saw the crash happen, and then said they heard, other witnesses said they heard gun violence. Let me show you the video of the crashed vehicles they're talking about here, and the escape that some of the people within the vehicles had to make.
All right, now let me see something here.
Current situation right now to one of the people, but also at the same time trying to make sure that everyone stays safe in this current situation.
Anyway, they have. I'm just gonna skip past him because got to keep people calm now. Gotta.
We collect.
Anyway, this is the mayor.
Are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people.
Yeah.
So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit.
Exactly. And anybody could see it. We just watched it ourselves. There's no self-defense. There's no witnesses. Everybody describes it as pretty much murder. The man had no reason to shoot her, shot her through the side window. That means the car was not headed in his direction. The car was fleeing, going away, and he shot it to stop it. He shot her to stop her. He had no reason, he had no knowledge of who she was, no knowledge of her being involved in a crime, no warrant, and he shot her through the side window and killed her. Not only that, put other people in danger, because what about the car she crashed into after that? Like, this is straight up lawlessness. And anybody that tries to defend this shouldn't be allowed in your fucking community, because they're just going to do shit like this to themselves and bring the same type of lawlessness. You know what I'm saying?
This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible.
You know, somebody, what is this, Matt, is saying, I mean, to say when the law tells you to stop, you stop, right? Or ICE has no power for that. I don't know. No, that's not even what the issue is, my friend. You know, I think you missing the point. It's not about whether you should stop. It's about, do you have the right to murder or shoot the person when they don't stop? Is that your right? No, my friend. It absolutely is not your right. Did you know that? I mean, I know. You should know. The mayor knows. You should know, my friend. You have more rights than that. A police officer cannot just say stop, and because you don't stop, pull out their gun and shoot you. Like, just very simple and plain. You know, it was an American citizen, a woman, who was murdered. And, you know, you might want to say she should have stopped. But that's not the problem here. The problem is you have to prove how was she endangering you? Why did you need to use your gun? That's what the officer has to explain. And if he pulled out his gun and he can't say he was his life was being threatened, that's fucking murder. Do you understand the technical? Do you understand what that's called in the criminal code? Listen to this. If you cannot prove you were in danger as a police officer, can you shoot the person? Can you be charged with murder? Look, can you can you be charged with murder? But some people, I understand the question, because it's true. Maybe everyone doesn't know the law or hasn't thought of it, right? But listen, yes, a police officer can be charged with murder if they use deadly force without a legal valid justification. And no, they cannot lawfully shoot someone unless they can later justify what they had reasonably believed they were in imminent danger. This man, there was nothing imminent about any of that shit. There was no imminent danger. There was no imminent danger at all. The dude shot her from the side, the driver's passenger window. Dude is in trouble. Dude is in serious trouble. And let me tell you, it's not a good look to try to justify this too. I'm not saying that you are, Matt. I'm just talking about anybody. It's not a good look to see. Trying to justify this shit basically means you're justifying police officers just shooting any fucking body for any reason. You know? Like, straight up. That's wrong. You can't do that. Okay? Let me tell you, the fucking police are not always right. Did you know that? Sometimes they commit crimes too. All right? And if you stopping her ass without without a reasonable suspicion. You don't have a warrant. Why are you stopping her? There's the crime in the beginning. Like, what the fuck is up with that? What was your crime? What the hell? I mean, it looked like they just out there committing criminal offenses. Like, straight up. Like, I'm just saying. That's what it looked like to me. Like, you know. And but in any case, let's listen to the mayor again.
To the family, I'm so deeply killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Damn!
We do not want you here.
What? Damn! Did I just hear this right? Wow. Like, wow. I like that. I mean, that's, to me, that's the only appropriate verbal response, right? It's like, seriously, I mean, you know, finally we got a human being here that's like, you know, speaking some real facts. And, you know, they just, this, you come to a town and you are violating people's civil rights, and then you are murdering them because they're scared of you, because you don't even know, you don't even recognize their civil rights. I mean,
there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
I don't think Manthon understands English too well, because he writes well, but he didn't hear some details. He says deport them all, arrest those aiding and abetting them. Well, she's an American citizen. What are you talking about? How can you deport her and all of them? How do you do that? You mean deport all American citizens? Is that what you mean, Manthon 1? This is crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Look, and now it's like, and what was she doing? No. It's not going to be like that. It's not going to be that easy, buddy. Let me see here. I mean, since somebody's asking a lot of questions, look at this. One abonnement. What's more? The 14th of March, 2023 is this when this account was opened. I mean, I'm really, you know, this person is saying deport them all, and the person that was shot was an illegal immigrant. And look, it has a Steve Harvey face. So, you know, this basically is probably not even an American. I hate to say that way. It's just a guess. I have a feeling this is a person pretending to be somebody that they're not. Right? This is a troll. So, yeah. any case, yeah. Any case. See you later. Bye-bye, troll. He's talking about details matter. Yeah, details do matter. Because now who else was it up in here? Who else is up in the chat asking some stupid ass, making some dumbass statements and shit? It's like, how can you deport all the American citizens? I mean, what the hell is up with that? And then don't you even pause when you find out it's an American citizen and think and start to rethink, maybe I should figure out what's going on? I mean, don't they even do that? Nope. Not these trolls.
People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
Yep, it is. It is actually. And that the town should sue the pants off of the federal government, like straight up over this. The family should sue the living pants off of this federal government. They should take them for $1 billion fucking dollars. You know, since they have all that money to spend on wars and got all that money to spend on going to Venezuela, and they got all that money to give Elon Musk, and they got all that money for Peter Thiel, and they got no money for goddamn health care. They need to sue the motherfucking pants. I'm talking about, because $1 million ain't shit today. Like, let's be honest. Only $1 billion. $1 billion should be the mark that they go for, because they're just running around terrorizing people, and they should have to look, they should sue for $1 billion. Half of that, right? Half of that should go into a fund, right? Hold on. No, not half. 80% of that should go into a fund that goes to helping victims, right, of police brutality, things like this, right? And right, exactly, and also victims of this of brutality from ICE. You know, it should go into some kind of fund to help compensate other victims. You know, at least not to say that you can't make more, because $200 million, that's a lot of money. You know, $500 million. I mean, to me, it seems like the recognition is also important. Like, you know, just to recognize that there's more than one person being harassed by these people. But in any case, they should sue for $1 billion. You know what I mean? They should sue for $1 billion to make a point. And just to make this government understand that, yo, people's lives are not cheap. Like, you can't just run around here and think that you're going to do all of this shit. And yeah, you know, I just say, if Donald Trump is worth $1 billion, then why not the victim of this crime? You know, why isn't the victim of this crime worth $1 billion? If Elon Musk is worth $1 billion, you know, the billions and 100 billion, 500 billion, then why isn't this victim's life worth $1 billion? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not? Fuck it. You know, since we just going to give all the money to the billionaires, it's going to be like that. Fuck it. Let's just make everybody a billionaire then. Right. You know, especially at least every family of every victim that, you know, it's got to compensate people somehow. Otherwise, this shit is never going to go on. But yeah, it's so sad.
We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now. And justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create...
Yeah, deport all ICE. Deport all of them. Let's deport. Let's start deporting ICE. You know, we want a list. We want a list and shit and deport their ass, you know? Why? Because we into deporting Americans that don't follow the fucking law. You should have not broken the law. Don't you know what the Fourth Amendment is, asshole? Get out of our country. You see what I mean? No excuses.
Chaos. Let us respond right now.
You should lose your citizenship over this.
With our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America.
Facts.
We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not.
Yeah, Edward, right? It looked like that something like that was happening. That's what I got out of the video too. I didn't know about the wife, but it says she was driving. Edward wrote she was driving down the street with her wife and got caught behind an ICE car that was sideways on the road. Yeah, that's what I saw. And that's when the video starts as she's trying to get around the ICE car. That right, because another one tries to get her to come out. So they're involved in another incident entirely that's already going on, and then they just randomly try to find out who she is too. She's doesn't have a warrant, they don't have probable cause to stop her. She didn't commit a crime. I mean, and they murdered her, and this is the arrogance of these people, and this is what Americans already knew. This is what people living in blue states that don't want these people coming already knew what happened, just because it is painfully obvious that they hate the people, that the towns that they're going to. Like, they hate the towns, they hate the people. They've made it just, obvious, completely obvious with their political rhetoric about the towns that they're going to. They say it openly, and this is obviously what the outcome would be, that Americans would get killed and Americans, their rights would be violated. And it is happening. It's been happening, and they want people to pretend like it's something that no one can see coming. Like, we don't know these type of attitudes. We don't know what bigotry and hatred is when we see it, and when it's coming from people, and it's coming from them. It's just being supported by the government. They've weaponized it now, by just doing the anti-woke thing. Now let's hire people that are racist and bigots and get them and send them out there to these communities that are not, that are not proud of racism and bigotry. All right, let's send them there and show them that they're not worth shit. It's terrible, man. Just shot her ass. Didn't even need to know anything about her. Just fuck you. You didn't stop. I'm going to shoot you.
Not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not.
Why don't the red states turn over their, how come the red states ain't turning over their illegal immigrants? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to go to the red states and look for illegal immigrants?
Not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose.
No, Steve, you've been reading too many conspiracy theory websites. Steve Vitt 7721. She wasn't shot. She didn't run over another officer. She didn't run over anybody. The officer, it's terrible. That's not being reported on any legitimate news site. That hasn't been said by any police. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they didn't say what you're saying, They're saying that the officer that shot her, and that's not, so they messed up because there's no other witness that says that. But in any case, you didn't see that happen yourself. So there's no video evidence of of that statement, what you claim happened. You didn't actually see that, so I haven't heard anybody reporting that, but I have heard people report on what the witnesses have said, and the witnesses have seemed to corroborate everything that you could see on video, and no one has said that. You see, so
of love and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be.
If you if a federal agent breaks the law, what should you do? Should you shoot them? Aaron, is that Aaron Eris or whatever your name is? If a federal agent is committing a crime, should you shoot them? What should you do? If a federal agent is committing a crime, should you shoot them? I'm just curious, because that's what it sounds like. That would be the logical, that's what I hear Aaron saying. Like, blood added. If a federal agent is committing a crime, should you shoot them? I mean, I don't understand it. It shouldn't matter if they were committing a crime or not. I'm asking a question. It's very simple. You don't have to think about what happened today in Minneapolis, but I'm asking because of what's being said in the chat. So now I'm asking you because of your comments. If a federal agent commits a crime, should you shoot them? Do you have the right to shoot them? Oh, so it seems like people don't think you should shoot federal agents when they commit crimes. Because if you thought that was wrong or right, you would say, yeah, shoot them when they commit a crime. If you thought you should shoot them when they commit a crime, you would say so, but you haven't. Nobody saw any video. The videos that are out there, there's no agent getting run over, and there's no witnesses that corroborate any story like that. So I don't know what website you're reading from, and I haven't. There's no legacy media that's reporting what you're talking about. No witnesses that are civilians that live on the block that they interviewed have stated anything like that. They've stated the exact completely different scenario. So you're not even listening to the witnesses, blood agent. You're not even caring what the witnesses said. So that's why I asked the question, if a federal agent breaks the law, should you shoot them? If they commit a crime, should you shoot them? If they break the law, should you shoot them? If they commit a crime, should they shoot them? Because that's what happened to this woman. She was shot. But the question is, what's the crime? Where is the crime? There's no crime to be found on tape. There's no witnesses that live in the neighborhood, civilians, that say she committed a crime. Nobody said, so where is your evidence of a crime? You just believe people just because they tell you? But what if I told you that the agent smoked crack? What if I told you that, would you just believe me? Just because? Right? Do you believe every federal agent or every police officer that just says anything out of their mouth? You just believe them? So why don't you believe Trump is guilty? Why isn't Trump in jail if you just believe any federal agent that tells you something about somebody and you don't need any evidence, right? So, yeah, I saw January 6th. Was it a crime? I saw the video January 6th. Did they commit crimes? Are the Jan 6 people that attacked the Capitol, right? What do you think about them? I saw the video. Did you see any violence? Did they commit any violence? Should they have been shot? Blood added. We all watched that video. Should some of those people that invaded and attacked the Capitol, should they have been shot by the police? Were they being violent? You see? Didn't look like violence to him. You see? There you have it, y'all. There you have it. No, I saw the video, but I didn't see any violence on Jan 6. Yeah, but this lady, the American citizen, you didn't see her run over any goddamn cop. You didn't see anything like that. She deserved to be shot through the side window, through the passenger window by a federal agent. Right. I got you.
Show up.
An American citizen.
With peace.
They didn't even have a warrant for her. They just randomly looked at her and said, hey, you too. Who are you?
To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want.
Did the lady deserve, on January 6th, you said the only person who got shot that day, did she deserve to get shot? Full Metal Jacket, did she deserve to get shot? Blood added, did she deserve to be shot? Did the lady in January 6th, was she told by authorities to stop? Or did she continue after being told, stay out, don't come in here, we don't want you here, we're the police, January 6th mob, please stop, do not come here, you are breaking the law? What did they do when they were told they were breaking the law? Did they stop? Did the lady stop? No, she was trying to break through the motherfucking door. What are you talking about? That's on camera too. You maggots are some goddamn, or you maggot trolls, whichever. You all are the most you are the hypocrites of the universe. Like, it is on full display. Thank you. I'm so glad I stopped to ask these qualifying questions, because you all are just ain't even trying to seem serious.
Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO'.
When in January 6th, Blood added says a vehicle is considered a deadly weapon. Okay, at January 6th, did any of the people who invaded the building, did they have sticks? Did they hit officers with their sticks? Was that considered a deadly weapon? Should they have been shot? Should the people that picked up a stick and hit an officer in the head, should they have been shot? To the people that said hang Mike Pence, should they have been shot? Yeah. Okay.
HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers.
Well, tell that to the people that get shot by police all the time without a stick in their hand, just reaching for their wallet. Full Metal Jacket. A car is more dangerous than a stick, but that's not why citizens get murdered every day in the United States of America by police or agents. See, plenty of people get killed and they didn't do nothing. Unarmed. No stick in their hand. What about those people then?
Officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found.
What about those people following the law that get shot?
A woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased.
Hold on, let me hear something. Hold on.
Arrived and found law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head.
Gunshot wound to the head. Yep, gunshot wound to the head. So, the January 6th rioters, should they have been shot in the head? The woman that was banging through the glass in the Capitol building trying to get into the inter area where congressional members were ducking under their chairs, right? Afraid for their life. Should they just shot her ass in the head? They shot the woman, an American citizen, in the head. They were doing an ICE raid on a block, and another person that has nothing to do with any illegal immigration, nothing to do with any crime going on, comes up and sees that she's blocked, that she can't drive further, right? And she's thinking about, what am I going to do? Because the trucks are in the street. So, but all of a sudden, they turn their attention to her, the random person, minding their business, living their life, paying taxes, right? And they turn to her and just decide, without a warrant, without knowing anything about her, without having any report about her, to now go over to her and try to open her car door. And she drove off. And the police officer shot her in the head. Right? And then she drove into another car and crashed into another car. And the witnesses on the scene that live in the community described what happened. And and nowhere did any of them make one mention of any police officer being in danger, any police officer being in front of the car, and and on top of that, there's video from different angles, and there's just no one there. There's nobody there in danger. You see, and it's all on camera. And yes, they shot her in the head. You see what I mean? And murderers, whatever they are, right? These are federal agents. Actually, they're not police officers, but but yeah, they shot her in the head. She's a 37-year-old American woman and a United States citizen. Her name, for people that want to know, again, this is so sad. Her name is, what did they have her? Oh, here it is. Her name is Renee Nicole Good. And let me see something here. That's tragic. That is so tragic. And so we've been listening to the mayor give his response. He said ICE needs to get the fuck out of Minneapolis. That's a quote. That is what that is so sad. That is what the mayor has said. People are livid. Protesters are out there, on the scene. And they are really just like, people that saw this are really outraged. Let me see something here. Here's the woman. I'm going to show a picture of the woman here. Oh, it's so sad, It's so sad. But this is how these people are, man. This is the woman. Yeah. The woman shot and killed by ICE agents in Minnesota on Wednesday, January 7th, was identified by her mother as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Donna Ganger told the Minneapolis Star Tribune that her daughter lived in the two cities with her partner. In a joint statement, several Minneapolis City Council members confirmed she lived in the city, so she belonged there. She was a member of the community. She was in the place where she lived, doing her neighborhood everyday life taxpayer citizen resident thing. And it was disturbed by federal agents called ICE. Yeah. Ganger said the family, let me take this off my screen. Ganger said the family was not notified of the death late Wednesday morning. So they didn't even notify the family. Yeah. If you would like to be treated that way, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if you wouldn't like to be treated that way. That's so stupid that she was killed. This is a quote. Ganger said that this is her mother. Ganger said after learning some of the circumstances from a reporter, she was probably terrified. Ganger said her daughter is not part of anything like that at all, referring to protesters challenging ICE. Right. Renee was one of the kindest people I ever known. She said she was extremely compassionate. She's taking care of people. She's taken care of people all her life. So she took care of other people in that community. Yeah. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. An Instagram account that appears to be Goods describes her as a poet, a writer, and a wife, and a mom, and shitty guitar strummer from Colorado experiencing Minneapolis. So she's originally from Colorado. That's the Midwest. Good had previously been married to Timmy Ray McClin Jr., who died in 2023 at the age of 36. Macklin's father, Timmy Ray Macklin Sr., was shocked to hear the news that Goods had been shot and killed. He said Good and his son had a child who is now 6 years old. So she had a child, and now the child is motherless and fatherless. There's nobody else in his life. So a boy is going to grow up without a mother and a father, an American boy, a citizen, born and raised citizen of the United States of America, and this is his mother. Macklin Sr. said, I'll drive, I'll fly to come and get my grandchild. Yeah. So, sometimes I just wonder, do people care? Again, these MAGA people that always find an excuse for anything that this administration does. Sometimes I just think that they really deep down inside are deeply disturbed people emotionally and just have no empathy for other people, and I don't think there could be any clearer case of like hate being displayed, but they're clearly going to make an excuse of why, yes, this woman had to be killed, why she had to be shot in the head, why, she was it must have been her who did something wrong. And then they're going to say, well, they're going to bring up Biden and say, well, Biden didn't do it that way. Or Kamala Harris didn't say so. She was going to say something else. It's always going to be something like that. Never deal with this situation right here, right now for what it actually is. Go into the trick bag and come out with something else. You see? And this is really sad. This is really, really sad. Oh, I appreciate that, Bits. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. But this is really, really sad. This is horrible. I kicked blood for 24 hours, so he can't answer. I'm sorry. This is so sad. This is so sad. Yeah, you might flee to Canada. Hey, I hear you. This is some really treacherous shit right here. This is treacherous, and again, we're going to have plenty of people to make excuses for this, and I have to say they're either trolls coming from Russia, China, or somewhere else, or a place that hates Americans, or they're some really evil ass MAGA supporting people. You know what I'm saying? Like, they made her out to be a domestic terrorist and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what they trying to make her out to be, You see what I mean? But the truth is that no, she's a American mother, minding her business, living her best life in the town where she lives and pays taxes in as an American citizen. And, and she came across ICE breaking the law. And it can't be any clearer. And I say this all the time, racist, these racist MAGA people tend to kill a lot of white people. I don't know what is up with them. I don't know if that lady defines herself as white, but I'm just saying it looks like she's a white American lady. I mean, and these MAGA people, they kill a lot of white people. Like, they pass laws that kill white people. Just think about all the hardworking white American people that are middle class or poor. And this is exactly who they're going. They're just demolishing this community. Yeah, and it's just but you can't make people sane. You can't make people sane. They gotta want to do that themselves. And it is really, really, really wild. It's really, really wild. But this shows you that, listen, the liberals were right. That's what this shows you. They tried to rationalize with these MAGA people. They try to but they don't want it. They don't want to rationalize. They don't want that at all. They don't want to be rational. And look, and this is what you get. This is what comes out of it. That's what comes out of it. You get that, you get this one. I mean, what is it? This? Where's that damn article at? Yeah, this is what you get out of it. This is what you get out of it. I mean, they kill her. American woman. She has a son. Well, the son is now by himself. The dad died before 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and now she had to die because of ICE. And they will make excuses about this. She's got blue goddamn eyes, blonde hair, from Colorado, and they killed her. And my thoughts is like, is she even a liberal? That's my next thought. I don't know. It's just my next thought. But listen, this happens all the time. This is the story. This is their story, man. No, she didn't try to hit anybody with a car at all. That's not what the witnesses are saying. The witnesses, the civilian witnesses who live on the block, are saying, and the video corroborates it. The video shows ICE coming up towards her. She wasn't doing anything. They came and tried to open her door. It was completely unprovoked. They came and tried to open her door. She drove off. They shot her through the side passenger window. So, yeah, there it is. There it is. There was nothing else found on that tape. We all watched the tape. There was nothing else that we saw. I watched it plenty of times. There's not a witness. There's there's no one in the news that claims to have seen it. You know what I'm saying? There's no newscasters that say they've saw it. There's no newscasters that have found any witnesses, any eyewitnesses. And I'm pretty sure there's other cameras. There's got to be other cameras too. But let me show the incident again, just so we know, because you always got to have that prepared, because there's always trolls out there, and their whole thing is to cast doubt on what is totally obvious, right? But let me see here. Can I find that one? Let's see here. Is it this?
Following breaking news in Minneapolis, where city officials confirm a shooting occurred reportedly involving a federal ICE agent and a civilian this morning. You see the live pictures right there. Our Whitney Wild is there on the ground. Whitney, tell us what's happening right now.
Dana, we're in the heart of Minneapolis. We're here on East.
It must have been this one. Hold on.
Right now out of Minneapolis, where a shooting has occurred involving federal law enforcement. I want to go right to MS Now national reporter Alex Tabbitt, who's there on the scene. Alex, what's happening there right now?
This is going to do for you assholes long term.
Well, Anna, we are here.
of educators. Around 6 this morning, the Anoka Hennepin.
We collectively.
Hold on, wait a second. Dag, where's this video at? Ice, is it? Is it this one?
Awards program managers world over.
Let me see. Sorry about that. I want to pull this one clip up again, where it shows the vehicle. They actually recorded the entire incident, and they have 2 different angles on it. And yeah, it's so tragic. It's so tragic, actually, this incident. But again, you know, this is not the way you want to go about. I mean, if I don't know how many times people want to be harassed by the police, but there are plenty of people that have good reason to not want to be stopped by people with masks. And, you know, number one, those people with masks are very scary. Number 2, they hate liberals, right? And they don't come from the towns that they're in and behave very hostile towards the people. So that right there, to me, is just like enough to understand why someone would be scared, you know, because they openly talk about liberals and all of that stuff on TV as if it is a motive for how they're behaving, you know. And is it this? Where is the video? I think it's this one. It's this one here. So let me rock
Minneapolis, where a shooting has occurred involving federal law enforcement. I want to go right to MS Now national reporter Alex Tabbitt, who's there on the scene. Alex, what's happening there right now?
Well, Anna, we are here in Minneapolis. There's a tense exchange between protesters.
Oh, actually, what am I talking about? I'm looking in the wrong place. I'm sorry, y'all. It's right over here. Daggone. It's right over here. It's right in my face. Here we go. I had the wrong one up. Is this working now? Boom. Now you guys can see this, right? So let me take it off. Here's the actual incident. Here's the whole thing. There's 2 angles. So I'm going to play one. Here we go. Oh, I'm going to play both. Here we go. So they have 2 angles. So look, what I'm gonna do right here is I'm gonna blow it up real quick, and then I'm gonna be out of here. This is just too much, you know. Yeah, here we go. Let me blow this up, and then I'm gonna bring it back. And this should be centered. Yeah. Now you see, right? Do you see right there? The first thing you see is a car drive by all of this. You see that? So there's a car there that just drove by because you could see the road is kind of like blocked off right here. There's more than one car. See? So there's many cars on that street. So her car is one of the cars that got blocked off. Not blocked off by ICE in the front of where she's at, right? That's not what happened, because you just saw this car drive right by her, right? She's in this car. Maybe I need to pull it down to make it more so you can see what I'm talking about, right? Let me see here. She's in the car to the right. The first thing you see when the video starts is the car to the left that's behind her drive around. So that car drives around. Now you see this is an ICE vehicle. To the left of it is just another car, a random car. A lot of cars are stopped on the street because they are encountering now ICE being stopped there, right? But ICE is going to a place that they were supposed to go to, a specific place where they have addresses that they needed to go to, not random people on the street, right? You know, so that's important to note when we're watching this, right? Now I'm going to play it some more. So ICE gets out of the truck right there. See? Now they're approaching this lady's her own vehicle, which is on the right. Watch. See?
No!
So she's just getting her shit together to be able to leave. Nobody else in front of her was telling her to stop. You see? They're actually there for someone else. Now, you see? So somebody shot her, and they shot her through the side window. That's what the evidence says. That's what the witnesses saw. There it is. Now, the person that fell down, that person has nothing to do with the car. You see? Somebody even said that. Look, to the left.
No!
You see? See? The person to the left has nothing to do with her car. You see the person just fall over? This person right here has nothing to do with it. I mean, let me just slow this down. This is ridiculous too, but here, let's watch it again. Slow motion, just for everyone to see. See that person to the left? Y'all can't see it. Let me make the screen smaller. I see what that is. It's me because I've blown the screen up so large, right? You can't really see what's going on. Now I got to make it smaller again. All right, so let's see here. Boom. Y'all can see that now, right? Try to make it a little smaller too. Here we go. All right. So let's take it back. Let's take it to the beginning. So everybody is clear. This is what's going on. See, she was even about to start driving right there. Her car's already moving when this car drives in front of her. So she stopped actually for that car. It looks like that, right? Now another ICE car shows up to the left. This is another car waiting for the road to get cleared up. That ICE person just gets out and decides on his own. You see that? I think I even hear them saying, "Get out of the car," as they're walking up to her. But that's not the reason why she stopped. She didn't stop because of them. She stopped for the people that were to the right of her that was blocking the road. Look. So he walks up. He puts his hand, you see that? He puts his hand on her vehicle, on her property. You see, nobody's telling her to do anything right here. The police on the right aren't even interacting with her. It's these police that show up. So when they came here, it's clear that their orders were to just, it has nothing to do with a warrant. Just stop anybody that's there. Anybody you encounter, just stop them, right? Even if it's unprovoked. Now, so here they go. Even if you don't know who they are, even if you can't identify them, even if you don't, there's nothing like that. Nothing about the license plate. You see, he goes up and he tries to open her vehicle. So it's clear that he's trying to force her out of the car, right? And there's the shot. I mean, you see the shot right there. See, it hit the glass. You see? The guy to the left fell. He just fell randomly off of the ice. The guy to the right is not limping. And she crashes down the road, down the street. Now, what if she ran over? What if she was shot and ran over a child because the police officer shot her? Then would that be? Whose fault would that be? Would that be what you advise a police officer to do? Is this what you would tell a police officer to do? Would you tell a police officer to shoot her in this situation? Let me know. If you would tell a police officer to shoot her, if you were a cop, would you advise the police to shoot her in this situation? Put a 1 in the chat if that's your advice. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's going to get you fired from your job, that advice. And probably get the department sued. Okay, so now I'm going to make the screen a little bigger because I know that there's another scene coming up here. Here we go. So you can hear them saying, "Get out of the car, get out of the car." So they must have shot her right there. Let me see something here. There's nobody in front of her car. You can clearly see that there's nobody in front of her car. No one's in front of her car. You see? So, yeah. Let me bring that back a little bit more and move this over to the right a little bit. Nope. This guy, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm telling you right now. This guy is going to jail. He's going to jail for that. Yeah. He's going to jail for that. Yeah. That is that's crazy. That is crazy. He shot that woman, and he's not going to be able to prove, because there's a lot to this. Now, it's obvious that there was a few different. There was like 1, 2, 3, 4 officers there in total, right? It appears. Now, none of those officers appear to have anything to do with the prior stop on the street. They seem to arrive late, right, to that stop. And or to whatever other activities were going on the street. It didn't have much to do with her, other than they were there. That street had been identified by someone else, and yeah, and so they were there, right? Their bosses or whatever, they had to show up. But in any case, yeah, this seems really, really just. It's going to be hard to prove that you needed to shoot her. And then when the details come out that you shot her in the head, that's going to also tell you a lot. I mean, about the incident. But in any case, it's an American woman. She was shot. She was loved by her community. She was from Colorado originally. Yeah, and right. Her name was Renee Nicole Good. This is her. And yeah, and people are, there's a lot of people apparently in the chat that seem to think that she is a criminal. So there you have it. She's with her child there. Obviously, in this picture, you can see a little hand there. She has a 6-year-old son, and the father was killed in 2023, and now the mother is dead, has been shot by ICE, and is dead now. She's a citizen of the United States of America, born and raised. She's from Colorado. She just moved to Minneapolis, and yeah. Yeah, these are the people that the police have lethal authority in the United States of America. So they're doing things like shooting citizens in the head when they don't stop for a traffic stop or something like that, or when they yeah. So it's sad. It's sad, actually. It's really sad that it's come to this. And again, I don't know her political party too. This would be interesting to know, actually, now that I think about it, because they kill MAGA people, Republicans, all the time. These ICE people. I mean, the United States government is hard on MAGAs, but MAGA people like it that way. I mean. A lot of them like it that way. Not all of them. A lot of them are dropping out, but A lot of them like being treated this way. I don't understand it, you know. Let me see something here. What's the last question I can ask about her? Oh, right. What was her political party? Because I'm sure she have to be registered, you know, likely. If she's a Republican or Democrat, she's registered. It would be public, I think. Okay, they don't know. There's no public. Okay. They don't know yet. Public news coverage. Okay. Here's what is known so far. 37, U.S. citizen, Minneapolis resident. Her family described her as compassionate and not involved in protest activities or confrontations with ICE. Like she was against that kind of stuff. She wasn't for that. Right. Public accounts, including, so she disagreed with protesters, essentially. Public accounts, including social media and community commentary, have mentioned things like her interest or identity, but those are unverified personal details, not official records about her political affiliation. A person's party registration or voting history is generally private unless their family members disclose it. Okay. So do you have it? All right, folks. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I'll be back in, 6 hours from now. So I appreciate everybody who tuned in. I mean, these are some sad moments. These are sad moments. And, you know, I really just think it has a lot to do with the administration that's in power right now. You know, people, you could try to normalize this behavior all you want, as much as you want. And, but let me tell you, you're wasting your time. This is not normal behavior. What you're witnessing is the Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein files experience. You're on that ride, and that ride is very, very unique. It is specific. And this is the shit that it's about. It's about killing citizens, harassing citizens, harassing other countries, threatening other countries. Yeah. It's about giving money to billionaires. It's about taking away health care to working people, making it more expensive or taking it away. It's about removing your civil rights, you know, your rights to not be stopped on the street unless you committed a crime. Right? To not even be approached unless you're suspected of a crime, unless the police see you of a crime or they have a warrant, you know? Yeah, so it's really getting bad. And I just hope people get tired of it enough to get rid of them. You see what I mean? Just get rid of them. Like, you know, and I really, really hope, I'm just like, wouldn't it be beautiful on the 30th of January, since the government has to be, you know, they have to agree on the budget. You know, that got tossed over from last year, you know, remember? And now it's January 30th again is the new date where they have to approve spending again, more money. And I really hope they just shut the government down this time. I mean, I think that would be appropriate, and just say, fuck it. You know, you want this government open, then Donald Trump has to leave power, and, you know, anybody associated with him. Just like, you know, fuck that. Keep it closed, because, you know, it seems like their intent is to starve Americans out first before whatever else they got coming happens. So they want you to, you know, slowly run down your resources, fire a bunch of people, let them run out of money, you know, all the, you know, double, you know, get your credit card bills stacked up. Price of goods so high that if you just keep waiting, they just keep going up, and you thinking they're going to get better. But no, they just keep getting high. And the government doing nothing about that, and then something bad happening, whatever it is, they might. I mean, I just say, why risk all of that and get rid of these people? You know what I'm saying? Just get rid of them. Fuck it. Keep the government shut down. January 30th. Tell Congress, do not pass a budget. Do not accept anything less than Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Peter T. All these people that are part of this administration, get them the fuck up out of there. Then pass a budget where they respect people, you know, where they at least respect the Constitution and respect the American people that pay the tax dollars. All of the American people that pay the tax dollars. All. all. Yeah. So on that note, I'm out. I'll be back in 6 hours, y'all. I appreciate everybody. Bits, I appreciate you. Thanks so much. Yeah, we're going to catch up soon. I'm going to check my email again. I appreciate y'all. Be good, okay? I'm back in 6 hours. One. Peace, Eric. Impeach Donald Trump. And, it is the taxpayers' country. The government is supposed to work for them and all of them at all times, except nothing less. Peace.
They want war. Crying babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. They go Dralo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep.